Good morning, fellow councillors, members of staff and also members of public in the gallery, and also a big welcome to our online viewers, listeners. I'm going to ask Councillor O'Brien if he'd like to offer up a karakia.
Te anu e tata katohi e tohi anu katohi e tohi arangi e tipu e huko ngā pū ngā more ngā pūkena ngā wāna a tēnei tiki mino te rapu no i te taketaki te ahuru no ngā unsu a hiari te uhi no tau mai te Māori haumi e hui
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Okay, now just some meeting notes regarding the live streaming. Whakatane District Council are now live streaming our council and standing committee meetings held in our Totara room within the council building. The webcast will live stream directly to council's website and YouTube channel in real time. The purpose of streaming our meetings is to provide greater access to council debate, decision making, and to encourage transparency. To those members of the public here today, all care will be taken to maintain your privacy. However, by remaining in the public gallery, it is understood your consent has been given if your presence is inadvertently broadcast. Please be aware the microphones in our room are sensitive to noise, so please remain quiet throughout the meeting unless asked to speak. Item 1.1.2, the health and safety. In case of an emergency, please follow the building wardens or make your way to the nearest exit. The meeting point is located across the road at Peace Park, in other words, behind us here. Bathroom facilities are located opposite the Chambers foyer entrance. That's the entrance of the Margaret Mahi Court. Item 1.1.3, other. We will move reports 6.1 on the Blueberry Curve Safety Interventions Assessment and item 6.2 on the Whakatane Speed Management Plan adoption to the end of our agenda for discussion instead of addressing them as per the agenda schedule. Okay, next on our list is apologies. We have an apology from Mayor Luca. We also have an apology for lateness from the Chair, Councillor John Puller. I also will be offering up an apology. I have to leave for an appointment at the hospital by 11. So in the event of John Puller not being back, in the event of me having to vacate the chair, Councillor Wilson James will be taking the chair. Okay, somebody like to move apologies be received? Yes. Councillor Dukes, Deputy Mayor Emmett, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, acknowledgements, item 2. Anyone have any acknowledgement? Item 2. Anyone have any acknowledgements or tributes they would like to speak to? No? Okay, conflicts of interest. Any members got any conflicts of interest to declare? Again, clean sailing. Okay, well, we're going to move on then to item 4, which is the public forum. And the first that we would like to ask to come forward will be Katerina Murphy, who wants to speak on Withy Road. So, Katerina, if you'd like to come forward, take a seat, please. We'll give you up to 5 minutes, possibly longer if you need it. The floor is yours, and you can address the chair and the fellow councillors with your concerns. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrew. My name's Katerina Murphy, and I live on Withy Road. I just want to acknowledge you, Andrew. Thank you so much, and Gavin, my local councillor, for all you do for our community. You're such awesome community-based people, and I can't thank you enough for all that you do for our area. I've just got a few things that I'd like to read out. Withy Road is not a 100-kilometre speed road. It currently has a 100-kilometre speed sign at the bottom of the road, coming off Braemar Road. It is the only speed sign there. There isn't anything else further up the road. Withy Road is a rural, no-exit road. It is an up and downhill and winding road. There are several blind corners on Withy Road. The road is not sealed to its end. When the sealed road meets the gravel road, there is a very dangerous S-bend of gravel. Several residents have spoken to the Whakatane District Council at consultation stands or put in submissions, and sadly we did not get put on the up to 2030 list for road sealing to just have that one S-bend sealed. The S-bend is dangerous. We have had near misses. The problem with the S-bend is that it corrugates on the sides, and although you come regularly on a regular basis and lay whatever it is, gravel, sorry, I'm just speaking as a layperson here, what happens is it corrugates on the sides of the S-bend, so people end up driving up the middle to stay out of the rutting that happens. This is why near miss happens. The residents of Withy Road know that it's not a 100-kilometre drive road, but visitors do not. We have an ever-expanding marae on our road. The marae's got all sorts of cool stuff happening, and they have obviously visitors for a whole range of reasons. We have Ross Overington subdivisions and developments happening on our road. We have new building happening, and all of these things alone increase the traffic that is happening on Withy Road. Life on Withy Road also involves people slowly driving on this 100-kilometre road with their rubbish bins on the back of their cars down to Braemar Road, because Withy Road doesn't have rubbish collection. It also has four-wheel drive riding farmers. It has stock movement. It is frequently used for walkers with or without dogs. And on one occasion, myself, my daughter, and new grandson in his pram were almost wiped out by someone, not a resident, driving very fast down our road. So I say again and ask you to consider that Withy Road is not a 100-kilometre road, especially with the gravel S-bend remaining unsealed. Many residents fear that a fatal accident will occur one day and will go over the edge down that side. The sliding of vehicles on the gravel S-bend happens even when we're doing 50 kilometres on that one bend, because of the reason I've said. It's corrugating continuously on the sides, so drivers are coming to the middle, it's blind corners, etc. So I come here with 3 requests. I'm here representing myself. Awakaponga locals know I'm coming, but I've learned in my wisdom, never speak for others, speak for yourself. So I'm here as me. I'm going to ask you to please reduce the speed limit, and would you please consider reducing it to at least 70 kilometres. The start of Withy Road's actually awesome, it's lovely, it's sealed, but it's not a 100k road. I'm asking you that when the sealed road becomes unsealed, that you add an extra sign prior. So at the moment there is a sign, it's the vehicle sign with the slippy sign, and underneath there is now a sign saying gravel road. That is cool. But could you please add a slow down sign? And the other thing is, there are no other speed signs on the road anywhere other than at the entrance to the road. And my third request is that coming back from the marae up towards the gravel S-bend to get out, can we also have a repeat of that wonderful slippery slide gravel road sign that you've got on the other side? Because what happens is we have a lot of contractors that come up, we have people that come up for building, we get a lot of visitors. If there's tangi hung up at the marae, there are a lot of visitors. And so they won't remember, if they've come up once, that there is that gravel S-bend. So could we please have a repeat of the sign on the other side? And of course, finally, because I'm sitting here, I am going to ask, please don't leave us too long without sealing that dangerous S-bend down towards Iramoko Marae at the very least on Withy Road. And thank you very much for listening.
Katerina, just stay where you are, please. Thank you so much for that succinct briefing. Also, nothing like local knowledge, so unless we have people like you that come forward and address their concerns to a council, sometimes they just slip under the radar. I'm going to ask councillors for any questions of clarification. The first one, Councillor Wilson-James.
Thanks for that, Katerina.
Wilson?
Very good. I do know the road, and I do appreciate your problems. Just how many residents are up there? How many houses would be up there? It's quite
I don't know at the moment because past the marae there's quite a development further up. So I can't say how many residents or how many actual builds are happening at the moment, but you'll be aware of Ross's subdivision. There's going to be a lot more.
It'd be double digits, though, wouldn't it?
Oh gosh, yes, there'd be at least 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Katerina, first of all, I just want to acknowledge your role as the chairperson of the Awakaponga Hall Committee, Trust Committee, and the amazing work you do to keep that hall going, and the amazing work you do with the markets, pre-Christmas and pre-Easter, etc. You just do an awesome job and you real work in the community, so thank you for that. Katerina, in regard to the Withy Road, do you feel that the whole road needs to be 70 k's or just from the top of the hill down to Iramoko Marae? Do you feel that it needs to be...
I think the 100k signs need to be removed at the beginning of the road and they need to be 70 kilometres. If anything, as we approach the gravel, we also need slow down signs. I never go through the gravel bend at 70 k's. I wouldn't dream of it. I go at 40 and I'm still sliding around the place at times when it's corrugated on the edges. So I think any additional slow down signs or a change in speed as we approach the gravel would be amazing.
Recommended speed, yep. Just in regard to, you're saying the Ross Averington subdivision, is that just past Marty Sutherland's old place?
Yeah, so you go, no, Marty's old place is at the very top.
Yep.
So I'm talking well before that. So it's where the seal finishes. There's a long gravel S-bend. There's Timbertops Estate on the right, and then the gravel road meanders down to the marae. And I do think it would be very helpful if just even that area was sealed.
So that subdivision on the right, the Timbertops one, I know there are only about 3 houses there a few years ago. Has that got more houses on it now?
So there's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 houses at the moment and another build happening. And Ross is developing the stage 2 of the subdivision. So we're going through meetings around that at the moment. So there will be a lot more housing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Boyden.
Tēnā koe Katarina. Mōrena, e mihi atu ki atu tō kōrero e tēnei atu. Thank you for your presentation this morning and also your leadership in ensuring the safety and care of your community. And mihi to you too also in the consideration of Iramoko Marae and the Tāwera Hapu and acknowledging the amount of traffic, particularly when there are tanihana and angahui. My part was, I may have missed it, but how many vehicles on average do you believe travel up and down that road?
Obviously I can't answer. I'm a resident. I do work myself full-time at Edgecombe College, so I know the traffic in the morning as we're all getting out to work. People in our area are moving from, as early as 6:45 because some work in Rotorua. Mm-hmm. So we've got the usual traffic of going to work and coming home from work, but it's also the traffic during the day like contractors builders, electricians, traffic to the marae, traffic for new builds and development. Yeah, sorry.
I think-
gave you a number.
I think again, just to carry on from Councillor Boynton's questioning, I think we've got the General Manager of Infrastructure sitting right beside me, so I'm sure that we will progress a report after your presentation, Katarina, but I do have a further question from Deputy Mayor Emma.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Good morning, Katarina, and thanks for coming in. I know of Withy Road. I've only driven there a few times over 20 years, but my question was, how long has it been 100 k's? Has it always been 100?
It certainly wasn't there when we moved there 13 years ago. So it has been in recent years, and there's only one speed sign, and it's at the beginning of the road. There are no other speed signs anywhere else going up towards that gravel east end in the marae.
It doesn't make sense anyway, does it?
Well, when you think, sorry, this is a little quip, but when you think about what speed we have to keep to come into Whakatane, I'm sorry, it seems really crazy that
Does.
one road is 100 kilometres.
Point well made, yeah. Thank you.
Good point.
Got one further question from Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. Just on a comment you made about the increasing busyness of the Iramoko Marae up there, and obviously during the tangihanga, but also in the weekends they have a lot of hui up there, but you'd only really get cars going up there. You wouldn't get any bigger vehicles, would you?
We can get cars and motorcycles going to Iramoko Marae.
Get buses going up there?
But remember, further up from Iramoko Marae, we've got a lot of housing further up, which is where the old Marty Sutherland land was. There's quite a few houses up there. There are contractors and vehicles. Yeah, so vans. Yeah.
Thank you.
Plus also, you've got stock truck movements and what have you. And again, there's many a garden up there that I have judged in the garden competition, which are going to be part of Garden Ramble. So your traffic, it's a beautiful road with a beautiful outlook over Whakatane. So I can certainly see the concerns that you've raised and the questions that have been asked by fellow councillors are certainly questions that I'm sure we'll be able to address.
Hey, kia ora, Katarina. Hey, so I've just pulled it up on the road. I have been to Iramoko Marae a very long time ago, and I see your pockets of community on our Google map. Is it a dairying area?
Dairy.
A farming dairy, like
No,
small
small blocks. There are, the old Withy farm is still there. It's owned by the Brownlesses now, so there are still larger areas, but not what you'd call massive dairy farming or anything like that.
Well, just
There are stock.
huge, yeah. So it's dry stock.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions? Again, Katarina, thank you so much for your presentation.
Guys.
Basically assure you that staff will be in contact with you to see what we can do to remediate some of those issues that you've raised today.
Thank you.
Can't give you quite a time frame on it, but
That's right.
for some
Thank
immediate.
you for the opportunity. Thanks for the emails too, Alex. It's awesome.
Thank you for taking the time out.
Rami.
Okay, look, we'd like to move to our next presentation, which is going to be done online via Professor Matthew Birchall. Matthew, welcome. I actually took the liberty of Googling you last night on and seeing exactly the work that you're doing with regards to infrastructure. Your work seems massively diverse. The figures that you put forward with regards to the deficits for infrastructure are absolutely mind-boggling. So again, without any further ado, welcome to this committee meeting, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Kia ora Toto. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to speak to you today, to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee of Whakatane District Council. And I want to say special thanks to your District Mayor, Victor Luca, who popped into our office late last year. And it's just wonderful to see our district mayors so enthusiastic about the jobs that they do, interested in ideas, and it's a credit to your community. One thing I really want to to chat about a lot today is localism. The initiative is a strong advocate of localism, but I do feel like a bit of a fraud after listening to Katarina giving that wonderful description of the Wirri Road, because I'm very much operating on a sort of macro, big picture level, but that was wonderful to hear. So I want to do a couple of things today and then really solicit your feedback and comments, so it's not just about me. So I want to talk about the infrastructure challenge that we face across the country, and then I want to go back and really laser into some of the themes of my most recent report, which is a history of infrastructure across the country, trying to discern lessons that we can take from our past to unravel this really knotty problem. So what is the issue? Well, it's multifaceted, but I suppose the first point to get into is New Zealand faces an enormous infrastructure deficit. Estimates vary, but around $210 billion is the most commonly used figure, and that captures both historic underinvestment in our infrastructure network and then what we would need over the next 30 years. Now, this has become the dominant way of talking about infrastructure in New Zealand, and for good reason. We just have to look out the window, drive on our roads. I'm in Wellington. I walk to work or drive to work, and I could get a free car wash because the pipes are exploding. So it's not hard to see that we face issues. But I think the deeper problem is we actually spend a lot on infrastructure. So we spend above the OECD average, and we have done so for quite a while. The real concern is what we get back from it. Our infrastructure efficiency is very poor. So we spend above average OECD, but we're in the bottom 10% of the return on that investment. So when you put those two things together, it's not a pretty picture, right? You have the big infrastructure deficit on the one hand, and we're not very good at delivering it on the other, and that raises all sorts of dilemmas and things to work through, and we've really seen a drive across over the past few years, both Labour and the new government, sort of belatedly waking up to this fact. But what I want to talk to you about today is putting this problem in context. We often talk about the infrastructure challenges or the infrastructure challenges of the future and talk about the need for long-term planning, and I'm sure you're all very aware of this, but our horizon for going back is often very short, and I think that impoverishes us. So when I looked at infrastructure in the round, the sort of full sweep of New Zealand history, from our early towns and the construction of our railways right through to broadband, I came up with what I call the holy trifecta of successful infrastructure delivery. And when we lean into these three principles, we've been most successful. And the first one is private enterprise. The second point is localism, and I want to talk a lot about that. And then the third point is culture. So fostering a positive attitude to growth and development. We've gotten stymied in this. I don't want to politicize it too much, but it's just really hard to get things done, and I think that's broadly acknowledged. So I want to, flesh out that second point on localism, because one of the themes that emerges really strongly from my report is we have this tendency to want to centralise everything. But in actual fact, when we've been really successful, we've empowered local communities to build the things that they need and desire. It's all too easy for someone like me sitting in Wellington to figure out a grand strategy, but actually when we devolve power, we have the right tools in place for people to fund and finance projects, we get better outcomes. I want to use two cautionary tales to illustrate the problems of centralisation, and they sort of bookend my project. So the first is the construction of the railways in New Zealand, back end of the 19th century. So until this point, New Zealand was very devolved. We had a provincial structure, and this is not commonly enough appreciated in New Zealand. We tend to just overlook that aspect of our past, and seemingly the only vestiges of it are the fact that we have the NPC or something like that. But I think it's really important. Now, in the 1860s, 1870s, we had a very charismatic figure, Julius Vogel, journalist, is from London, lived in Australia, chased gold, larger-than-life figure, and he became treasurer and then premier, and incidentally, he was responsible for the construction of Premier House. But more significantly, he was responsible for laying out the rail network that we still really use today. Now, New Zealand was a very disparate community, so we had lots of port towns and the like, and communications between them was quite poor. And so there was a rationale to try and link together the country, a sort of nation-building project. The issue, however, was that Vogel centralised everything, and so it was Wellington deciding what rail lines we needed, as opposed to a more sort of rational, localised approach. And one of the issues that we got was there was a lot of horse trading, so you would get ministers jockeying in Wellington and saying, oh, we'd really like a rail line going through my electorate because this would help me. Can you give me the money? And this ended up quite disastrous because, yes, you built the rail line on the one, that's a good thing. But it meant a lot of rail was built very inefficiently, and New Zealand in the 1880s and 1890s goes into depression, quite severe. And that's a cautionary tale because, okay, you may need infrastructure, but if you overly centralise and you spend on all sorts of, what today we would call boondoggles, you can actually save up for, future hardship. So that was the sort of first cautionary tale. The other cautionary tale is much more recent, and that's Robert Muldoon and his big Think Big energy projects, which I'm sure you're all aware of. And intriguingly, with the new fast track legislation, there's some contemporary currency. He rammed through the Clyde Dam using the National Development Act, and there are some interesting echoes. But it's a similar story of central government making bets on the future of infrastructure with not necessarily the best information, because they're divorced from the community, and that sort of time-old dilemma of commercial incentives not being aligned with political incentives. But when we contrast that, top-down, highly centralised approach to infrastructure delivery with more localized delivery, we start to see a different pattern emerge, and I would say a much more successful one. So some of the examples that I dig into the rolling out of toll roads in the Taranaki in the early 20th century. This is something that's not remarked on much, and it probably should be as we look to revisit some of these tools and techniques. But this was a great example of the Taranaki region, noting that like it had problems like the Wiri Road, all across its area, and it needed to very serious demands on maintenance and upkeep. It put in a innovative solution at the time to toll a number of roads, and intriguingly, after it does so, its roads start to perform much more efficiently than the rest of the country, which was much more centralised in terms of its approach to road maintenance. So that's an example that I absolutely love. The other one is the Auckland Harbour Bridge. It was set up as a special purpose authority. It could issue bonds, again using a toll, but it was a locally led project. Of course, there's interaction between local authorities and central government, but central government is creating a general framework for local government to make effective decisions and empowering local authorities and communities to make the best of the resources that they have.
Matthew, if I may, we're coming to the end of your time allocation.
Yep.
Would you just like to summarise, I think, dealing on the localism and dealing on the examples you've given with regard to rail, etc., etc. And I mean, if I may ask a question there, the rail that was started back in those early days, in hindsight, where we're at now with regards the use of our or the degrading of our state highway network, surely that rail network would have been a good substitute, especially when we come to our logging truck movements, milk, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think it's probably important to treat rail and roads separately. And so if we're looking at one of the issues I've just put a submission on the government policy statement on land transport. One of the issues that we have is we bundle them together. And so we have road user charges being used to cross-subsidise rail, and it gets really messy. Whereas I think actually you want an operating structure that is separating them out. Yes, of course, we want options, different modes of transport, but each sector has to be sustainable over the long term.
Okay, Matthew, look, firstly and foremost, a big apology from Mayor Luca. He was really looking forward to your presentation today. So, hopefully he can catch it at some point in time. And I believe he's already researched you, and it's very reason we've got you presenting to us today. Look, I'm just going to ask fellow councillors if they would like to ask questions of clarification. Do I have any questions from fellow councillors?
Yeah, and just if I may, just one point, feel free to ask sort of more contemporary questions, because I'm across that stuff in the day job as well.
Notice that as well, yeah. Hey, look, sorry, Councillor Jukes?
Did you have much more that you wanted to cover? Could we maybe be sent through a hard copy of what we might not have heard from you, because it was quite interesting?
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, I was under the impression that I had 30 minutes, so I'd sort of only got into it a little bit. But I am perfectly able to send through a list of, I write very frequently for the Herald, and then my report, Paving the Way, is available freely online. So I will just wait to hear what from your end, what the best way is to communicate that to you guys in terms of some of the big sort of history lessons. So I have, for instance, Herald article on Muldoon, so it's a sort of 1,000 word précis of the larger kind of themes.
Oh, lovely, thank you. It's been very interesting.
Yeah. Sorry to bring you to a close, Matthew.
Hey, kia ora,
That's
Matthew.
right.
Thank you for your presentation. And speaking about localism, what is your view on, I understand for our communities to be more involved coming up with resolutions, but what are your views around the relationship with iwi in this time and this now? You talk of a historical part, the iwi's role, is that something that you would consider that now needs to come to the fore of collective thinking or forward thinking to resolve some of the issues we are facing today? Because, as you know, councils have been given a really huge job around infrastructure and the funding is not there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a wonderful question. We're starting to do some really exciting work on city and regional deals at the moment, and we're always looking at how local communities can be empowered, and we would like to see much more devolution to iwi, for instance. And as a historian, I see this as an expression of rangatiratanga, and so we very much lean into this. Our chief economist has just come back from the northwest coast in North America, meeting with Indigenous communities there, and one of the astonishing things is in Vancouver, some of the Indigenous communities there have all sorts of power over consenting, for instance. These are really interesting models to explore, and we really encourage that.
Can you send a link?
Yes, yeah.
Again, Matthew, a lot of your publications are available online, right?
Yep. So, a couple of things. I would encourage you to sign up to our Insights newsletter. So if you go to newzealandinitiative.org.nz, it's a free weekly newsletter, and I will often have pieces on infrastructure policy there. We have a podcast you can follow. Again, I can send I'll just compile a series of what I think may be most interesting different sectors, but I'd encourage you to go to our website, and if you go to my profile, my writings are there, and then Twitter, I have a piece in the Herald this morning on congestion charging, and you're welcome to read that as well.
Matthew, I'm being told by my governor's support that you have at least another 10 minutes, and we have a question also from our General Manager of Infrastructure. Bevan would like to ask of you.
Kia ora, Matthew. Thanks for your presentation. One of the things you talked about at the start was spending above the OECD average, but our infrastructure efficiency is poor.
Yep.
Do we have any ideas why? Is it because we're quite a dispersed population and a lot of costs involved in infrastructure in small locations servicing small populations?
That's certainly part of it, but of course, we can't do anything about some of these geographical facts, right? What is more concerning, the things that we can do something about and we don't. I recently wrote a piece looking at this very question. We've gotten to a point where, yes, we'll identify that we have an infrastructure deficit, and therefore we just have to build lots of stuff to get out of it, right? But the problem with the efficiency side of things is just building something isn't enough. You need to maintain the asset over the long term, and that's something that we're very poor at. So I'd say our asset management practices are pretty woeful. We see this most notably with, say, Wellington Water, right? Just total sort of neglect of regular maintenance spending. Same with our roads. So yes, one thing to kind of deliver a project, another to keep it steady over the long run. So I think that's one aspect of it. The other aspect, which I've just started drilling into, is around procurement. So we're quite bad at it's real boring sort of stuff. You guys will be across this much more than me, but we're really bad at negotiate. If we want to do, say, PPPs, we're not very good at them. The whole sort of system is set up to make us be quite poor at delivering the outcomes that we want. So it's that more kind of the minutiae in terms of procurement, contracting. That's the stuff that I think really holds us back, but it needn't, and we can change that.
Okay, very useful.
Any questions from councillors? Councillor James?
Yeah, thanks for this, Matthew. And I realise your presentation's been
Derailed.
substantially shortened, but you're highlighting all the problems and that, but I don't hear too many solutions coming through. Have you got solutions to our infrastructure problem and how they can be funded?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So I guess to begin with where I began, my first report paving the way was, okay, we have this really gnarly infrastructure problem. Let's take stock of it. Let's put it into context and better sort of see the landscape, as it were, so we can move towards some of those solutions. So now my stream of work is much more forward oriented. So I'm looking very closely at transport policy to begin with. But to address your question around some of the solutions, if we again go back to that localism point, which was the piece that I could really get across, we've gotten into this situation where local councils don't have the right funding and financing tools at their disposal. And if we're going to start delivering the projects that we need to think about new funding and financing arrangements. Infrastructure Commission is doing very valuable work here, but I mean, you guys would know much more than me, the constraints in terms of debt limits and just kind of inability to do project-based financing. So we need to do some hard work around there to incentivize councils to build and grow, because the system that we have at the moment does precisely the opposite. So I think that's a really important part of big picture reform. Obviously, RMA reform is going to be absolutely vital. I've also touched on procurement and asset management practices. I think a lot of attention needs to go into that. So those are the things that I think we have a pretty clear sense of what needs to be done. It's just about working through the detail, and that's very hard when this operates alongside political imperatives.
Matthew, another one of your cover photos online was the assembling of the Auckland Harbour Bridge back in the early 60s.
Yes.
And again, just looking at how that took place back then as opposed to RMA reforms or RMA conditions, are we likely to see, the likes of new dams which are being talked about, are we likely to see that sort of process being relived basically from those earlier days?
That's a really fascinating question. Before I get to it, I just want to bring up one of the photos. I don't know if you can all see that. So I spent a wonderful time in the Turnbull Library sleuthing through these old stories. So that's a photo of the pupils of Royal Oak School with their model of the Auckland Harbour Bridge, and I just love the smiles of the kids sort of celebrating this new project, and I found it such a sort of stark contrast to where we're at today. In terms of, are we in danger of reliving, well, not necessarily in danger, just is there a chance that we'll sort of replicate that prior period? It's hard to say. I have all sorts of problems with some of the fast track legislation from a principled perspective, right? I think it gives far too much control to ministers, and I just don't see it as being good governance. Nonetheless, it's responding to a real problem. And so, and regarded as an interim measure until more substantive RMA reform is done, then that could be a good thing. I think if we do get the RMA reform done well, then yes, there's the opportunity to unlock this growth and prosperity that we have enjoyed in the past, and that was one of the reasons that I wanted to highlight some of these success stories, because it's very easy to get negative about infrastructure in New Zealand because there are just so many projects that blow out. But no, in the past there are also success stories.
Okay, anything further from the council? Any questions from councillors? Councillor Boynton?
I just, actually, you answered my question just in that last bit. It was in regards to your opinion in regards to the fast track bill and the RMA changes, particularly when you referred to Vogel and his massive public works, I guess, project, which had some benefits but also had quite some negative impacts on Māori at that time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I guess I'm just wanted to acknowledge your passion and your enthusiasm, which is really crazy, because we have infrastructure meetings and sometimes it's not that riveting. No things, Bevan. But in terms of that, and so I acknowledge your energy and passion and enthusiasm for the topic, but also in the way that you explained it. So my partai was about your opinion on how could the fast track bill or the reform of RMA be better, safeguard the concerns that many people have.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, and thank you for indulging a humble historian to come and sort of pontificate widely on New Zealand history when you guys are, doing the really hard mahi in terms of infrastructure and planning in your community. So thank you for that and acknowledging that. Oh, that's a big question. I think, you alluded to it yourself, I think, and it's probably worth treating the fast track and the wider RMA reform as distinct things. I think, the problem with fast track legislation is it's it's overtly political, and it concentrates power in the hands of ministers, and that goes against everything that I advocate and my organisation advocates for. So that's an issue, but it may just pan out to be a necessary evil. In terms of the broader reforms, I'm not an expert on resource management law, but I would just say one high level thing, which is it's really important as we undertake this reform to have input from people who haven't just been operating in that environment. And what I mean by that is we've got stuck in a certain way since the RMA was passed, and there's kind of been an inability to think outside that. And so I think we need a context shift there. What that looks like, I think, I would say it needs to go back to a more permissive approach in terms of, a real commitment to individual property rights. And if someone has an objection, well, then the onus is on them to prove, to make the case. We have it's completely flipped at the moment. So I think there's need for quite a structural reset, but that is beyond my pay grade.
Okay, look, Matthew, my apologies if I did derail your presentation, but I think between the GM and fellow councillors, we've been able to tease out the questions that we were really particularly wanting answered at this point in time. And again, as I will reiterate, you have plenty of valuable readings online that we can go on board and follow through. So just in the time I've spent online last night researching the works that you've done, found it very interesting. And of course, as we all appreciate, infrastructure is a big spend, and it's something that is with us, now well into the future. And I guess, just to conclude, we had the likes of the Auckland Mayor, Sir Dovemar Robinson, who had the wonderful foresight back then for a rail link through the Auckland city, which again got derailed, and we are now seeing the implications that that's having on a city growing at the rate that it is.
Yeah, exactly. And if I could just conclude by saying, we've always had an infrastructure deficit of sorts in New Zealand, right? So when the first and this is a point that I always try to convey as well, when the first Polynesian voyagers arrived here, they had to build the things that they needed. They had to build kāinga. They created a society that met their needs, and they flourished and became the Maori. Similarly, when settlers came, obviously an uneasy relationship at times, but have created the country we have, and have always faced these problematic decisions around the things that we need to build. So I think it's important to recognise that and not feel imprisoned by the seemingly gnarly infrastructure deficit that we have in 2024. No, we've always had one in some shape or form, and in the past we've been able to successfully overcome it. And so I think it behooves us to learn those lessons, to look abroad at what works, and just get down to it and do the hard work.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Matthew.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks.
Okay, people, if we can move on now to item 5, which would be the confirmation of the minutes of the Infrastructure and Planning Committee meeting held on the 15th of February 2024, to be confirmed as a true and correct record. Are there any corrections to the meeting minutes? Okay, there being none, would somebody like to move that the Councillor Dukes, seconded Councillor James, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against and carried. Okay, moving on now, as I said earlier, item 6.1, the Brewery Curve Safety Interventions Assessment, and item 6.2, the Whakatane Speed Management Plan adoption, have been moved to the back of the agenda. So we're going to move on then now to item 6.3, the proposed submission on the Fast Track Approvals Bill, which starts off on page 78 and goes through to page 81. That will be welcome to the table. We've got Nicholas, we've got Jess, and we've also got David Bewley. So, one of you like to speak to the report? It's Nicholas. Okay, Nicholas, is there anything you wish to add? Any points of clarification you wish us to take note of?
No, none specifically. Perhaps if I could just give an overview of the bill just briefly, and
Thank
then
you.
talk to the recommendations that we're seeking. So this is the Fast Track Approvals Bill. Essentially is an omnibus bill that would seek approval, replaces the need for approvals from a number of different acts, or under a number of different acts, including consents, reserves. There's a variety of them. And it was interesting hearing the previous talk of Matthew talking about, and he summed it up quite well, about how it changes the process quite substantially for approvals from one that essentially rolls through a hearing and through the courts potentially to one that is powers concentrated into the politicians. So it's quite a different approach. And just to give it some more context, it's what the government are calling phase 2 of the RMA reforms, or the RM reforms. So they've got 3 phases. Phase 1 was to repeal the NBP, Natural Built Environment and Spatial Planning Act. Now they're in phase 2, which is looking at making some amendments to the RMA. It's producing this bill, which essentially replaces the COVID-19 Fast Track Act before that. And then later on there'll be a phase 3, which is a replacement act for the RMA. A new bill will come out to replace that. So we're in that phase 2. But the purpose of this bill is, the stated purpose is to actually build selected infrastructure projects. And so it does that by replacing the need to get a lot of approvals and reducing the timeframes and appeal rights on those projects to approve. So the submissions for this close on the 19th. Because of the tight timelines, we haven't been able to produce a submission, bring a submission to a committee. So as a recommendation, what we're seeking is the authority be delegated to the Chief Executive and to the Mayor to approve it. In terms of those timeframes, so 19th is when they do, which is next Friday. We are aiming to have a bill no later than a submission no later than the 17th to the Mayor and CE for them to consider. So they have a couple of days to consider that, provide feedback, and then they'll sign it so we can get the submission in. So the main points we're raising are around, I guess, how we see the impacts on our organisation, particularly in terms of some of those timeframes. We've got 10 working days to receive and provide feedback. That's a very short time frame, and to do a reasonable assessment on the effects of an activity is, you need more than 2 weeks. You just can't do that. And so what we find in our experience is that a whole lot of the cardinality issues just get pushed into management plans, essentially be dealt with later, and that can even be a trickier process. So there are some issues like that. The whole way it changes from a more process-orientated bit of legislation to one that essentially is decided upon by politicians is a big deal. The way it changes how our treaty partners can interact with it and how they can input into it is very different from, say, the RMA. So there's a number of challenges in this, and we'll be seeking to include those in our future.
I guess, Nicholas, with this new government now, we're going to have to try and get used to some of these things that are being thrust on us with a very short turnaround
Seems to be the case.
Right. Okay, questions of clarification, Councillor Boynton?
Yes, thank you for your comment. If the committee decides to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer regarding the draft, obviously will we receive a copy of that before it goes? Or are we able to, able to provide feedback towards that submission ourselves?
I think it would be, the timeframes are really tight to get this in and make amendments to get it in. But we'd certainly be able to receive feedback and perhaps considering how the best way to do that would be, might be through.
I think perhaps the way to attack it, I think the answer is yes, we can certainly provide a copy before it's finalised and submitted. And I think we'll work with the Mayor and the Chief Executive as quickly as we can next week.
Yeah.
To at least have their eyes over our draft, perhaps then we can circulate for any other comments and finalisation before it is submitted. Is that reasonable?
It's really because it does have some significant impacts, and there are a lot of raised concerns in the community around the bill. That us being able to have eyes on it at least to be able to respond or know what our position has been, what it be submitted. And there's concerns too around the public consultation part of that being removed in a sense, and that notification and the EP panel. Who's on that? Who's the one Māori representative that makes a decision for all of those projects that nobody's notified about? Things like that. So
I guess we acknowledge we did have a conversation a week or so ago, and we've captured all those points in the draft submission. So hopefully it does cover off the specific points you've raised. But I think we can certainly work on how we circulate that to you prior to it being submitted.
That was the point I was going to make. I thought we had a pretty in-depth briefing last week, and that between you and Jess, you noted a lot of those points which would be included in that draft submission.
I was just wanting to see what the actual proposal was.
Dave has already indicated how that can be proceeded with.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Nicholas and Jess. I don't want to sound really cynical, but is it going to make a difference? Whatever councils are saying?
Well, I guess the counter is if we don't say anything,
Okay.
we won't have a voice. So, I guess it's the tone of the submission I think is important. I think we're trying to take this line, which is we support the intent of the fast track, and it probably is appropriate in some circumstances. And I think that at least will get you over the line as opposed to a straight opposition. And then, but it's the detail, isn't it, that I think we want some modifications. So I think far better to be in. It's a bit longer than a lotto ticket. You're not the lotto unless you're in.
Just to add to that, thanks, David. I guess in our submission we'll be looking to have a combination of different submission points. Some will be quite targeted on specific provisions that could be altered slightly that we would see a benefit in. For example, having more than 10 working days to assess it. So you've said 20 working days or some other time period. And some of the submission points we'll be raising will be more philosophical, where we're raising some other issues we see with it. So it'll be a combination of points to try and get some movement.
Okay, Councillor Jukes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in relation to the previous speaker that I saw you were in the room for, so that was great. You just covered off one of the points that he made, which was about too much control to ministers, so that's great. We're obviously going to be addressing that, but are you also going to be able to now, just based on what he said, look at sunset clause he mentioned about the RMA input from people not just operating in that environment for a context shift and individual property rights being given a bit more emphasis? Just a couple of points that he raised, so you'll be considering points that he raised?
They are all particularly as we're only in phase 2. This is phase 3. We don't know what it's going to look like, but presumably that would, if this is given any insight into the thinking of the government, you may see an act that is similarly a permissive approach to development.
Thank you.
Councillor Rangiaho.
Hey, thanks, Nicholas, for your report. Probably the question is council's relationship with our iwi Māoris and that's with Paul and building those relationships. Is there a maybe scoping or a feel for also iwi working along council for as part of that submission, whether it's going to support still build on that relationship, and iwi will probably still do their own submission to it. But is that something that will walk side by side?
So Iwi's questioned those and these councillors in the room that were present that day, and hence there's another reason why we should submit, because they're expecting us to, because we didn't commit to it, but we certainly acknowledged that it was likely that we would. We worked with, and Michelle's online, and I acknowledge Michelle and Jess and Sarah that have pulled this together. They've been talking with iwi partners in the last couple of weeks to, I guess, garner their high-level points. So there is a similar narrative of shared concerns. So where WDC and iwi have shared concerns, especially around existing protection measures in the environment, the community, the ability to participate, which is, as Nick has already raised, 10 days is a very small window for even a high-performing work team to pull together engagement and then pull together the technical detail. There's also implications to treaty settlements, which land right at the footprint of us being local. So where those settlements are cut across by central or new legislation, it impacts on us here. And if we are an applicant or an authorising agency, it does dent our relationship, because we're obliged to follow the rules from central government, but it's cutting across our aspirations and the intent of our relationship. So we have included those in the submission, and you'll get to see those as
And just to follow up, I can see the concerns. I would understand for the infrastructure housing, but it's also incorporating mining and agriculture, and there's a lot of building, iwi relations building upon agriculture, investing in themselves and for their people. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, councillors, any further questions or clarification? If not, we have a mover, Councillor O'Brien, and a seconder, Councillor Boynton. Okay, any further debate?
The debate, please, the Chair, just to say that I've read the draft, and like Paul has said, the iwi have been talking, we have it in the chairs, we've agreed where we want to be, we've aligned, and we thank you, Michelle, and your team for taking into consideration all the stuff that the iwi have put forward, and I'm happy with what's come forward from the team.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further debate?
Not the debate. Sorry about this. I scrolled down and I had a highlight. I'm not a lawyer, but what is it? Appeals to the High Court can only be made on points of law.
That means that it's not the substance of the application, it's just that how the law has been applied and whether the law has been applied correctly. So it's not sort of getting to the heart.
Well,
It should go ahead or not. It's not the merits of it, but define what is
like
it.
we're breaching or something.
Okay, no further debate. I'd like to put the recommendations. 1, that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee receives the proposed submission on the Fast Track Approvals Bill report, and 2, that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee delegate authority to the Mayor and Chief Executive to finalise and approve Council submission on the Fast Track Approvals Bill. And I think included in that would be duly noted that a copy of that would be made available. Okay. All right. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, thank you, councillors. Look, I was going to move on and do one more item before we break for morning tea. So that'll be item 6.4, the 2022 and 2023 storm damage update. if you refer to pages 78 to 81 of your agenda. And again, General Manager of Infrastructure Bevan Gray is here. Annalise is kia ora and welcome, Annalise. Okay, would you like to speak to the report, Annalise? Any questions of clarification or anything else you may wish to add to that? Thank you.
Thanks, the Chair. No, I suppose I could just give a quick summary. So this report is just to provide an update on the various storm events that we had through the years 2022 and 2023. So the works associated with those storms are coming to a close, and so this is to do a bit of a final wash up against what was in the initial budgets versus where those costs have landed. It's sort of set out a bit more in detail in the report, but the reason for the discrepancy is the way the funding works. We get a big portion from Waka Kotahi, but we have to put all of our costings in within 6 weeks of those storm events happening, and usually at that point in time we haven't had a chance to do geotech investigations or detailed design, so they are quite high level estimates. To add to that, as we all know, during last summer we had a very, very wet period of rain, and so as we started to do the permanent repairs associated with those storms, we uncovered a lot of underground springs that created a number of costly geotechnical issues. And so, yeah, the works that we initially estimated in those funding applications, the scope of them grew quite significantly. So this is just to do a tidy up of the current budgets in the annual plan to match what we expect to spend now that those works are coming to a close, and just reflecting that we've got the Waka Kotahi share for the majority of the storm events as the funding arrangements, and the local share is to come from the rolling storm reserves. There's a slight deficit that it will create, but because we're coming to the end of the financial year and it does get annual replenishment, that will sort of come back on track, and we will continue to monitor those annual replenishment amounts to make sure that they're aligned with the severity of the storm events that we're encountering.
Is that it? Excellent. Annalise, you mentioned there a 6-week turnaround. So in the event, as you said, you lodge a claim for damage and then you get, as you also indicated, springs or something subsequent that comes up. How is that treated? Is that...
Yep, so Waka Kotahi have what's called a cost scope adjustment process. So we obtain funding on that initial storm event bid, but they know because of the tight turnaround that things can change. So as we start to get more information, we can apply for additional funding, and so we've done that with Waka Kotahi and just provided the justification and reasoning why it's changed from those original estimates to now.
Okay, councillors, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Morning, Annalise. It's a finance question, really. So if we have money in our reserves from year to year, does Waka Kotahi take that into consideration, or they'll pay whatever the first 2/3 is anyway?
So the way we manage our local share is up to us, and Waka Kotahi manage their funding separate to that. So they will still fund according to their funding policy, which is at our standard FAR for the first 10% of our annual maintenance ops renewals budget, for which this year we've got about 16 million, so 10% is about 1.6 million. Over and above that 1.6 million within a financial year, they'll then pay an enhanced FAR, so that adds an additional 20%. So some of this event's been funded at normal FAR, some's been funded at enhanced FAR, but the amount of local share we have available isn't taken into consideration. That's our responsibility to manage and make sure that we can provide that local share.
Supplementary, do we use ours every year?
No, so before 2022 we had quite a substantial amount built up in the reserves because we hadn't had this size storm event since the 2017. Obviously the 2017 storm event created quite an impact, and it took about 3 years to do all the repairs. So from that time period to 2022 we built up some, and then we've basically brought that back down. So at the moment that's sort of showing we're kind of at the right amount. You don't want to obviously build up too much in the reserves because that's rating for money that's sitting for a rainy day, as it were. But we also want to make sure that we're putting in enough so that when these events happen, we're not scrambling to provide that local share. So things are looking pretty good at the moment, and we'll just continue to monitor that every year.
Councillor Dennis.
Mr Chairman, I've just got 2 questions in regard to Braemar Road culvert replacement and underslip. Doing our LTP consultation at the Awakaponga pre-Easter Festival, I was approached by a number of people that were concerned at the fact that they said that they had warned us a month beforehand that the culvert was blocking up, and that they notified council a couple of times, and in their words they were ignored. And as a result of that, we had a massive blowout. One of the other issues they have is that they felt that we'd gone in there and cleared the drain at great expense, but then decided to replace the culvert, so we then doubled up our costs and dug through it to replace the culvert. Can you tell me, is that correct? What they're saying is that they weren't really listened to when they originally tried to warn us that it was blocking up and going to cause problems?
So during the May 2023 event, we had quite a lot of issues right across our network that we were responding to, and we identify those issues either by our inspectors that are proactively out in the field and also through calls that we get, and we respond to those as quickly as we can. But when we're sort of resources are stretched, that's not always as quickly as some people may like it to be. Before that underslip occurred on Manawahei Road, we had been attending to the culvert for a number of attempts to try and unblock it because it was seemingly a blocked culvert that water couldn't get through and it was building up. At the time that the actual underslip occurred, we were even on site and had been for 3 days leading up to that trying to unblock that culvert. So there was the amount of rain we saw from sort of late 2022 through 2023 was significant, as we've come to realise through a number of different events that have happened across our network. And it was not a normal amount of rainflow, and it was that continual build-up of rain that really put pressure on the Braemar culvert. It was blocked and it created a huge backlog of water behind it. That water's always trying to find the path of least resistance. It appears that the culvert had some damage inside it, and so water's then started to get around it, and that's what's caused the underslip. In terms of clearing the drain and then replacing the culvert, I'm not entirely sure what they're meaning about there, because like I said, we tried to unblock the culvert but we couldn't get it unblocked because it actually had damage to it. That's what caused the underslip, so we then had to repair that. We did put a temporary bypass culvert in so that we could reopen the road, because when the underslip occurred we had to close the road because there wasn't enough width. We had a lot of pressure from a lot of people that use that road to be able to provide access during the time that was needed to undertake design and geotech and all of that sort of process. So that's why the temporary culvert was put in, and then the final works have been completed after that.
So thank you for that, Annalise. It's really good to actually hear the full story and to realise that not everyone sees us the 3 or 4 days beforehand trying to unblock and do work on that. And as you that obviously that broken culvert that you discovered later was possibly there for a while, which caused the jam up. So that's a really good answer. Just the second question. Obviously we're still working on that because the road's still blocked. So is that going to be another cost over and above, or is the cost you've got in here, the 450,000, which is our share, is that going to include the finished thing for Braemar Road?
Yeah, it's unless something major happens in the last few weeks of those sites, they're very near completion, and the final estimates that we've put into here include all the work to date plus the remaining work to be completed. So unless something substantially changes, the numbers are very accurate. And that was part of the reason for, because we'd encountered so many troubles along the way, and from the 2022 events we started to get on top of them, and then we had another 2023 event. Rather than continuously coming back with different numbers, it was a case of making sure that we actually had some certainty around where those numbers would end up. So they're as accurate as they can be. Both those sites have, I think, only a few weeks left to go, so they're sort of at the tail end. The chances of encountering any major issues is very reduced.
Another one of clarification, Councillor Dennis.
Just one, please. Just just in regard to the people who said they'd put in a request for service and then, is there a way that we can improve our communication, that as we start work on something like that we can notify people? Because I guess if for those people they put a request for service and they don't hear anything and they don't see us working on, all of a sudden the culvert blows, to them they get the wrong perspective of how much actual work we've done. Is there a way we could do that, or is that actually just too, not too hard, but complicated by the business of the staff trying to do the job?
I think there's always room for improvement, and response to our customers is something we value really highly, and we're always continuing to try and do that as best as possible. Sometimes in these really busy events we just can't, the focus is on trying to attend to the work, and sometimes there is then a delay in letting those people know. But I'll continue to work with my team and make sure that we're letting people know as most as possible, because like you say, that void of information can then create perspectives that can create negative flow-on effects. So we'll always continue.
Busy time, you did great work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions or clarification? Okay, that being the case, this recommendation is number one, that the 2022-2023 storm damage update report be received, and number two, that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee recommend that the Whakatane District Council to retrospectively approve the unbudgeted expenditure of $1.429432 with the local share related to this unbudgeted expenditure being $450,047 funded from the Roading Storm Reserves.
Also move, Mr. Chairman.
Second to Councillor Rahu. Okay, any further debate on that? Okay, thank you, councillors. I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against and carried. 20 past 10. Can we push on and do one more? Or would you like to do a morning tea break now, would you? Is that sensible? Okay, we'll adjourn then. It's 20 past and we'll reconvene at 25 to. I'll give you 15 minutes. receive, I'm going to ask the committee, would they be prepared to move a resolution that, as I have to step down and Councillor James step into the chair?
Happy to second.
Moved, Deputy
Leslie.
Mayor, seconded Councillor Jutes. All those in favour?
Aye.
Yes, and carried. Okay, thank you. Welcome to the chair, Councillor James.
Thank you, Councillor. Good luck. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll reconvene the meeting now. Quick reminder that this meeting has been live streamed. Infrastructure planning report. General Manager of Infrastructure, Bevan Gray. Please refer to the pages 86 to 96. And someone going to one of you want to talk to the report?
Just speak to it. So, in the interest of time, we've got a big agenda. We'll take the report as read. So this is the standing infrastructure and planning update. It gives you the high-level overview of all the capital works that's going on at the moment, and then some specific explanations or updates on particular projects. So I've got the team available to answer any questions if there are any. But yeah, at this point, happy to open it up to the floor.
Questions of clarification, Deputy Mayor Emming?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item number 5 on the report, page 94, curbside waste. So the Ministry has said the 2027 mandated waste situation that we've got on the LTP is not required now. So we could save a few dollars and not have that included in the LTP?
Good morning, councillors. Through the chair, that is correct. We've been seeking clarification for quite a long time, not only ourselves but other councils as well. And basically what they've said is, while the curbside collections are in central government policies, they have not yet been legislated, which means they're not actually mandated. So as you say, there is another option that we can consider when we do the LTP deliberations, that we hold off doing food waste collections to a later. It's an option that we can look at.
Just a supplementary. So what do we know what the percent impact would be, or the dollar value?
For those that, it depends on the collection methodology, but the rating impact, if we were to combine the food waste with the green waste, the rating impact would be around $35 to $45 per annum per month. If we do separate food waste, it would be around $70 increase on the rates per annum per month. That's really, I'm not sure the overall budget impact, but that would be the rating impact for each property.
Thank you.
Any other questions or clarification? Councillor Ringiahu?
Number 6 on the same page around the Tirohia landfill, Nigel, and the decision of the Environmental Court not to expand, but also not to stop putting, collecting that rubber, sending it there. What does that, do we have that budget to look at another landfill with that $400,000 to transfer it to somewhere else?
At the moment, we don't have that budget. However, I've been seeking further clarification from the contractors this week, and we've had a few communications. So Tirohia landfill is still consented to receive waste up to 2038.
Okay.
Basically, the current contract we have with them for disposal is till 2031. What they have said is that they can guarantee continued disposal of our waste, and they did say that they can expect no change or increase in transport costs during the term of the contract. So they've actually clarified that in the last few days. So at the moment, I don't predict there would be that increase in the budget required. That increase was originally calculated on transporting the waste to the only other Class 1 landfill available to us, which is Hampton Downs. And that basically would mean increasing transport from 175 kilometres to 235. So that would have, they have clarified this week that we should not expect any further increase.
Then, just to follow up and just a comment then, it shows the importance of our recycling of our habits within our household as a community, because that Tirohill landfill is not sustainable for us.
Am I correct in suggesting that it just pushes the potential problem a bit further out?
Yeah.
So whilst we've got consenting at Tirahia through till 2038, there still needs to be a viable solution closer. Otherwise, we still will be up for the increase in transport costs.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you.
At the moment, they're still doing calculations at the moment to determine exactly when that landfill will be full. They're not quite sure at the moment, but they think it will be after our contract ends in 2031, but quite right, after that date, we will need another solution.
Clarification from Councillor Boynton.
Yes, I just have whātai, number 12, page, is it 96? 96, just regarding the Peace Street. I've had a lot of inquiries from the public about what's happening there. Has there been some communications gone out regarding the delay? Because there's quite a few of the residents who live around there commenting in public on social media about.
So we have done, we had some inquiries from 1XX last week, I think, and we've had some information through an interview with 1XX, just talking about the timeframes and some of the delays that we've encountered. They've mostly been due to trying to coordinate multiple service relocations with multiple different utility providers, as well as the issue we had with identified contaminated soils and further testing needed to be undertaken to confirm the extent of that contamination. I would need to come back to you to know if specifically those communications have been passed on to landowners, like, affected residents through levy loss. So I'm not entirely sure on that. We do have a brilliant comms person that's been helping provide a lot of communications, but I would need to come back to you on that particular one. We're also in the process of organising some detailed comms for residents that whose properties back onto the section of Upanui Linear Park that has a boardwalk proposed through it, and those communications will be going out in the near future to those residents.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two questions on page 87, please. One in regard to the Hinima replacement, pump station replacement. And I know we've got it in two different things. No, just for $4 million. Could you explain to me what that Hinima pump station is?
Through the chair, and good morning. So Hinima Stormwater Pump Station upgrade and replacement was created about 3 or 4 years ago in the LTP. So essentially what this is to replace and upgrade the pump station that currently exists on the bridge next on the southern side of Landing Road. But it's not a like for like. The current pump station had a number of issues with capacity, operations, maintenance of the fact that it sat in the footpath and was quite a constraint to get across that narrow part of the road. And for that reason, plus the fact that it was an ageing asset, and modelling supported the fact that the capacity of it currently and for climate adjustment was well less than where it needed to be. So 2 years ago we started an options assessment of what are the available upgrade options, and essentially that got us to the point to say, because of the location, you can't upgrade it easily. It's got a long pipe buried under the roundabout that then discharges upstream of the footpath. So none of that really made sense to try to improve. So where we've got to is a new pump station that's about 3 or 4 times the capacity at the far end of Pinimo Drain, with access coming in through James Street School. So it's a brand new site that will then enable us to work offline, so we don't have to try to keep that pump station active while we upgrade it, which is another complication. And then that would be built and ultimately will serve Henderson Street and the large catchment all the way up through.
So how is that related to the third line down where it talks about the pump replacements, third point down, for like the first one you're talking about is 4.3 million and then you've got another 3 million just down there. Is that the same project or is that a different project?
It's the same but different in the fact that that line item is a specific budget code to replace existing stormwater pumps through a budget, whereas the upgrade of or replacement of the pump station is a new pump station with much larger capacity. So some of the funding is coming from that cost centre and we replace pumps through that cost centre. And the balance or the major part of that project will then be through that replacement of the pump station. So that line item is for multiple pump stations and only one of them will be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so only about
three. That comes out of depreciation.
Yeah, correct. Only about 300,000 will come out of that for.
And the top one is not depreciation, it's just capital works.
Capital works an upgrade, so okay. Funded.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Amy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, third chair for the day. And Nigel, I beg your pardon, I didn't greet you when I asked my question earlier first, and good morning again. Number 10, back on page 96, this is the Shapley Place and Commerce Street intersection. I've been contacted by a couple of building owners when they saw this item to say, so to date, even after the media release and our last discussion about not engaging with either the retailers or the building owners, they still have not been contacted about anything. I'm not sure who to look to for that one. Yep.
I can answer that one through the chair. So I've had a few discussions with people that have made contact and reached out following some of the media articles following the previous construction planning meeting. I've just sort of spoken to them about our plan to find out a bit more information and then communicate to those landowners about what the proposed next steps are. So we've been just getting a bit more information on what crash history records and any sort of like near miss reporting was available, and also undertaking parking demand survey to actually understand what the impact of the loss of those car parks would be. So we've just sort of pulled together that information. I'm just currently working with the comms team to get that comms out. We've just all rather been under the pump, especially the comms team, with LTP consultation, so it just hasn't quite made it out the door. But it's very close, and we'll be making contact with those business owners and then coming back to, I would assume, the next IPC meeting to sort of confirm what the next steps are looking like.
Thank you. And just a supplementary quote from one of these people, is this actually a priority, or are there other infrastructure priorities that we should be having staff time spent on?
Yeah, exactly, and that's why it hasn't quite made it out the door yet, because there are a lot of priorities at the moment. This was put forward initially because it looked like a relatively simple, low cost, low time thing that could solve a relatively minor issue, but a growing issue. In hindsight, it's been a good learning opportunity to see that maybe it wasn't quite so simple, and we're just kind of reassessing whether it is actually something that we progress or not. So, like I say, we'll expecting to come back to the next IPC meeting with an update, and we would have expected to undertake that consultation with those business owners. Well, thank you.
Councillor Dennis.
Mr Chairman, just on page 93, on the third item down, it talks Matata wastewater scheme that it's already spent $3,700 in planning. Is that related to this attempt to get Matata sewage off the ground, or is that a large amount of that hark back to the 2012 attempt?
Do we want to, maybe we can cover it as part of the...
Happy with that, Mr Chairman.
Councillor Rangiaho.
This is probably a combination of you, Glenn, and you two analysts. Page 96, that'll be item 11 and item 13. In terms of the government wanting our local control to return everything back to locally, and as the council is looking at what does it mean for us and assessing opportunities in collaboration with other councils, there would also be in collaboration with iwi as well. When I see other councils, are we looking at placing it in the spatial planning area? The only reason I asked it, application number 13, there are collaborative relationships with iwi and the Nature Road. That's what I'm saying. Especially when you go further inland to Te Eruwera, and we're looking at stormwater, no infrastructure, but there are maybe opportunities can be used. Is that a conversation that's kind of ongoing, or is as part of that looking for different opportunities?
I can probably answer that one. That's definitely a conversation that is ongoing. We know that there are some councils that already have some arrangements with local iwi and are looking at amalgamating services in collaboration with iwi. We know that there's differing political views across our region around the intent of reform and whether it's needed from a community perspective or not. So at the moment, our conversations are just trying to seek some appetite, whether there's appetite to have further conversations and look at options. Definitely, we need to be part of consideration and at the table for design and local voice.
I think it would be great, considering that some of our communities are really isolated and remote anyway, right in towards Te Eruwera, and understand about the different iwis who are wanting to probably have that kind of conversation as well. How can they contribute, or what does that contribution look like in caring for our remote areas? Yeah.
As I understand, there is a forum where a lot of those conversations are happening as well.
Unfortunately, I'm not part of those.
No further questions. Deputy Mayor Emmett.
Thank you. It's just actually a question for Councillor Rangiaho. Is there a new spelling of Te Eruwera?
Yes, I was going to bring that in.
Oh, okay.
I was going to. Yes, so in number 13, it's Te Eruwera. It goes to a different context, which maybe.
Thank you. I wasn't sure.
I was just going to send an email. I didn't get to send that email out. Just there's a typo. That can be
No further questions. We'll move to recommendation on page 86 of the agenda that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee received the Infrastructure and Planning Report April 2024. Have a mover.
Yep.
Councillor Boynton, Councillor Rangiaho seconds. Any debate? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. We have our proper chair back now. So someone move to that I vacate the seat and John.
Same mover and seconder.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Okay, carried. Thank you for that.
That didn't mean though that we didn't like your cheering when we agreed to house
Literally musical chairs.
I don't think I've ever been at a meeting where we've had 3 cheers.
I hope that wasn't your wife that's clocked it.
Are we still going live?
Yeah.
Yes.
Gee, John.
Thank you, Councillor James and Deputy Chair Isles for standing in for me, so welcome everybody. What we've got next on the agenda is the Matatā, is that where we're going? Yep. Matatā wastewater project update. What I propose, I understand there are people here interested in the speed management plan, so once we've done the Matatā wastewater update, we'll go to the speed Blueberry curves first and then the speed management plan. Okay. So the floor is yours, Nicholas, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of visitors with us today. So seated to my immediate left is Dr. Mark James. Mark is leading the environmental and ecological side of workstream of the project. And we've got Janine Joyce sitting next to him as well. Janine Joyce is the project manager. You've seen her online a few times, but not in person for a wee while, so it's great to have both of them here in the flesh. I'll give a quick update, just in terms of the project, and then we might hand it over to Mark to leap into the monitoring side. He's got a presentation, and it's going to take us through really a summation of the monitoring that's been done to date and what conclusions we have started to draw from this. So just in terms of the wider project, things are starting to progress quite quickly. We are having discussions with landowners about a potential land application scheme and what it could look like. Those are progressing well at this stage, and we will be presenting future reports to the committee. Sorry, I said it again. We will be coming to the committee in future meetings seeking direction on I'll say it's not too far away, but we're not quite there yet. So having said that, I will pass to Mark and just note that in terms of the monitoring, we started off with quite a broad monitoring program, and as the project's progressed over the last couple of years, we've been able to evolve the program to really focus in on those key locations where contaminants are occurring and I guess those paths of contamination, as well as maintaining sort of a broader awareness through broader monitoring, but the program has evolved somewhat. So I'll let Mark talk to those.
Okay, well, kia ora and good morning everyone, and Chair and councillors. As Nicholas says, what I'll do though is I've been asked to concentrate on the area around the town of Matatā itself. Obviously we've done a lot of work outside Matatā, and there's sort of two parts to it. One is understanding what's happening in Matatā itself and the potential issues there, and then some wider sampling to give us the background for the wider area depending on where a disposal field might be. Today I'll focus on the township itself and the results of that. See how this works. Yep. So we set this up in 2021 with what I consider a very comprehensive and robust monitoring plan. The main aim obviously is to establish the health and the state of the current environment so that we can look at effects of disposal, whatever it is, across land or whatever, and also understand what the issues are around Matatara itself. Really started 2021 with several sites, particularly around Matatara and a few general sites. Interesting that the following summer was considered to be a very wet one. And the idea was that we needed more than just that summer to get some good data under various conditions. So we've carried it on up until now, and theoretically this is meant to be a dry summer, but it seems every time we go to Matatara for a meeting it's wet. So 2 years is probably a minimum to really get a good handle on what some of the seasonal changes and interannual variability might be. They've expanded that, as Nicholas said, to include a few sites in the Tarawera River itself down towards the mouth, some more sampling around the lagoon area and the wider area. We've also done some groundwater monitoring. A number of bores were put in early 21 and some very shallow bores quite close to the lagoon at the beginning of this year. So some of this data, we've still got data coming through on those groundwater ones in particular, whereas some of the surface water has been going for a couple of years now. Right, just to give you a bit of an idea of, sorry, that's jumped one, let's see if we can go back. Okay, so the main sites that we started off with that we got really good 2 years of data for are shown in this figure here. Too far away, I suspect. Okay, so I'll go through this and hopefully just explain it. At the top there you've got the Aotearoa that comes in to the upper end of the lagoon, and I gather that was the one that caused the issue a number of years ago with the debris flow. You've got some sites along the edge of the lagoon there, site 21, 23 in particular, and those ones were added quite recently. And then you've got sites, those blue lines there are two streams or drains, they're called streams, that flow through the township itself. And so we've got sites upstream and downstream on that. And then there's one sort of SW13 which is quite close to the lagoon, which is a site of particular concern, which is quite close to the existing hotel. So it's a drain that flows down beside that. So I'll go through some of those in a little bit more detail. The other one is that we've got a site, SW11, at the bottom of the lagoon, and then we've got another one further down after it's been through all those wetlands and into the Tarawera River. Right, so the first one of those is the Waitāparu. I'll also mention here that, or note that just the sampling that we do up quite close to the forest is actually slightly down further, and there are a couple of houses above it. So it's not right at where it comes out of the forest. But you'll see there's a site, the red dots there at the bottom there, that's right up the top, and then down the bottom before it goes into where the lagoon empties out, SW7 down the bottom there. So flows through quite a bit of that urban area. And I gather you've got these in front of you so you can probably see them much easier on that. Just those figures there, they show what the concentrations of ammonia is the top left, and then we've got dissolved reactive phosphorus on the right, and bottom left is the nitrate levels, and the bottom right is the E. coli or microbial ones. So the key ones we're worried about in particular are nitrate and ammonia. Ammonia can be toxic at certain levels, and so can nitrate. And I'll show the next one, Waimea, but you'll see that in these ones, Waimea in particular, the other one, is pretty close to limits or exceeds the limits for compliance with the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management for toxicity and that. And so these are pretty important. The levels, just to give you an idea, in terms of ammonia, 0.2 is the sort of level that starts to really become toxic. And it's the bottom line in the National Policy Statement. Nitrate levels are a little bit higher, around about 2 or 3, but we consider that 1 milligram per litre on that bottom one, which it doesn't quite get to in the Waitāparu, is the level that is definitely degraded. Phosphorus, 0.018 on the top right, so most of the sites actually exceed that, and even naturally a lot of waterways exceed that. The E. coli one, what this shows, the blue line is the upstream and the grey line is downstream, and you'll see that generally the grey line is well above the blue line, showing that that's contaminants that are entering the system from the top to the bottom. The one that isn't quite as clear as that is the E. coli, and those are fairly similar, sometimes one's more than the other. We've got to keep in mind there that lots of things contribute to E. coli levels. So there's natural E. coli, there's E. coli comes from ruminants, cows, goats, sheep, dogs and everything. So there's a number of sources for the E. coli, and as I say, a lot of it is natural as well. And so we've got a number of sources that come in there. The one we're really worried about is human fecal material. So that's only a small part of that, but it's probably one of the most important in terms of health risks and environmental risks. And then just to show it a bit clearer, you can see on that one, these are what they call box and whisper plots. The boxes you see there, the bottom is the 25th percentile and the top is the 75th. There's a line across each of those that gives you what the median is, and then the whispers up the top and down the bottom give you the maximum and minimum, and there's a few outliers. So generally they're not too bad. Some of the nitrogen levels do get up a little bit, but phosphorus is generally reasonably high compared with standards, but it always is. And again, similar levels for the E. coli. And again, just for context, E. coli levels that are over 1200 are considered to be a significant health risk, and medians, which should be the middle of those, of over 120. So it doesn't take much to get at a level that's really of concern in terms of microbial. And in fact, most sites around are higher than those, including the upstream ones and the downstream ones, but for different reasons, as I'll come to shortly. Right, the Waimea one is probably more of a concern because of the sort of levels we're getting downstream. The same thing again here, upstream and downstream. You'll see it flows around the edge of the rugby club and then down and into the lagoon at SW5. And then if you look at these levels here, you'll see there's some real peaks in ammonia, the top left one, and those would definitely be at toxic levels for most biota and vertebrates in particular. And there's one or two other peaks that are getting pretty close to it as well. But again, the grey line, which is the downstream sites, shows that they're significantly higher, particularly for nitrate and ammonia, than what the upstream one is. So there's a lot of nutrients coming in, going down through that system as well. Again, the E. coli one, the bottom right, shows that they can be up and down a little bit, and I'll come to what the sources of those are shortly. Okay, so again, the same sort of thing, just to give you a clearer picture of what the sort of comparisons are, with the downstream being the grey one. You can see that generally those are significantly higher than what it is upstream. So there's a lot of contaminants coming in, and obviously it's not as clear for E. coli. So real concerns there about the nutrients that are coming in as these flow through down. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. I was just wondering if I could ask a basic question.
Yep, sure.
So the sewage output, does that have the nitrogen ammonia in it as well as the E. coli?
Yeah, so I'll come to that shortly, but yes, it is. There's a lot of ammonia in particular, and some of that gets converted to nitrate when it goes through the water and through the groundwater. But yes, sewage has high levels of nitrate, ammonia in particular, and obviously E. coli as an indicator of the various pathogens that you'll get in there. So, you know, we're not looking at viruses in that here, but obviously those are concerned too, and E. coli is an indicator of those, but I'll come back to that shortly. But certainly raw sewage has got very high ammonia and nitrate levels. Okay, now this is a site that's of particular concern. The actual site is 53 Arawa Street. It's beside the hotel. There's a drain that comes down beside the hotel and eventually goes obviously into the lagoon there. And it looks like, certainly from some of the observations that Jess has made as well, that there's a number of seeps that all come through and into that drain. And it goes down beside that and then down and into the lagoon itself. And this is potentially the one that's causing real issues. So the two that are really of concern are SW5, which is the bottom of the Waimea stream, high nitrate levels, ammonia levels, and E. coli, and also this other one, which is every sampling that we've done exceeds guidelines for a number of parameters. So that's a real concern, all the seeps that come together there and out into the lagoon. And just to show you the data from there, these are actually time series. So the one on the left is the nitrate one, and the one on the right is dissolved reactive phosphorus. And you can see, compared with the other sites, the bottom lines there are the other sites that we've been sampling. But this particular one at site 13 has very high nitrate, ammonia and phosphorus levels, considerably higher than any of the other sites. And this is potentially the one that a lot of the seeps come into as well. And it is an open drain flowing beside the hotel. As I mentioned, about 0.2 or 0.6 is considered toxic for ammonia. So in other words, a number of biota can't survive in those. And in fact, the ammonia levels that we get are about 0.6. They should be less than 0.2 as a median. So there's certainly some issues with that water coming out. And as I say, a significant contribution to ammonia in these sort of systems is any sewage that might get into them. Okay, so one of the things we've done recently, we did take a few samples about 2 years ago, but over the last year we've taken a lot more samples. I think it was at least a year ago that I talked to you and talked about water quality in general. What this does is fecal source tracking. ESR do this, and they've developed a method that they can go through, and through a number of PCR tests, they can tell what the main contributor to, or what's contributing to the fecal contamination. The important thing here is that the one up the top there, we have observed goats around the edge of particularly the Waireperu, and obviously there's wild goats up in the hills as well, so it looks like they're contributing to the nutrients at the top there. But when you get down the bottom, right along those sites that are close to the lagoon, all have shown human fecal contamination. And some of them quite consistently, particularly the SW13 and SW5, I think it is, the one on the left-hand side there. Both of those are consistently showing a significant tracer for human fecal contamination. Obviously, if you're just looking at E. coli, you've got avian ones on the lagoon, obviously birds on the lagoon, and obviously dogs around there as well. But the biggest risk to human health will come obviously from human fecal material, and that's where you get things like norovirus, adenovirus, that's a respiratory one, norovirus, which is a gastric one. Those are the sort of things that you can get if there's raw human material. So the important thing there is all the ones along the lagoon are showing significant contamination, and a couple of them in particular related to human waste. And the obvious source of that is septic tank leakage from septic tanks. Just these seeps, aesthetically, they certainly don't look good, but they're also very high in nutrients, and you can see quite a bit of growth in the one on the right there. Some of these seeps at times will go over footpaths and that when they start seeping out. So they're of real concern, particularly for health risks, where there's any indication of human waste in those. And most of the seeps show high bacteria and high nutrient levels. The groundwater that I'll be showing in a minute, The deep ones show not a lot in terms of bacteria, but very high nitrate levels at times, whereas these shallow seeps are probably coming out. We've got some shallow bores that have just gone in to see what the source of that is, but these are the ones that are really of concern. And that's the sort of seeps, the one on the right isn't the one drain I was just talking about in Arawa Street, but it sort of is similar to that. It comes across a field, but as an open drain. So this just gives you an idea of, as I say, some of this is based on only a few samplings today because they've only just been started, the ones along the edge of the lagoon, and the seeps, but you'll see particularly up the top there's really high E. coli levels, 4,400 at that shallow lagoon site, and then you go down a little bit, 3,100, just down a little bit at the next site. So some very high E. coli close to where these seeps are coming into the lagoon itself, and relatively high nitrate, particularly at that, and ammonia, particularly at that top one. And then the other four on the sort of bottom, those are various seeps coming in, and you can see that there's a couple there, particularly the one around site 13 with very high E. coli levels of 22,000 and very high nitrogen levels, which would be of concern, certainly in terms of water bodies below them becoming eutrophic. So, all those waterways would be considered as degraded. In terms of the lagoon itself, just some data there. The ones on the two sites on the left on the graph on the bottom are the long-term ones. As I say, site 11 is at the bottom of the lagoon. Reasonably high fecal coliforms and E. coli, but you'll see on the right-hand side there's an orange line that goes right up. That is some of the recent ones that have been sampled on the edge of the lagoon. So even though we may not always detect significant contamination at site 13 at the bottom of the site 11 at the bottom of the lagoon, there's obviously significant amounts of contaminant coming in along the edge of the lagoon. And just some of the other parameters there, again, nitrate. We do need to keep in mind that when nitrate and phosphorus get into these lagoons, then you can get algal growth and you can get weeds growing. They thrive on high nutrient levels, and obviously some E. coli levels go up as well. So sometimes coming out of a lagoon it might be reasonably low in these nutrients because they've all been taken up. So you've had a whole lot of weeds growing and algal blooms and the likes of those lagoons. So in terms of the groundwater, that just shows the sites. A few of them, groundwater 1 and 3 GW ones, have been sampled for some time. As I say, the nitrate levels in those were particularly GW3, which is the red dot on the right-hand side. Some nitrate levels there that at times have been up around 12 or 13 milligram per litre. The World Health limit to avoid issues, probably aware of the old blue baby syndrome, that's when you get levels above 11. And so there's occasionally this groundwater does get higher than that, but it seems to be isolated. So we think that most of that is isolated. Some of it may eventually get down to those levels, but the main issue is these shallow bores along where that line is, and you can see that's where the seeps actually come out along that line as well. So a bit more sampling going on to get a better handle on what's happening closer to the lagoon itself. So in terms of the shallow water, to date, as I say, we've only got one or two rounds here. They're certainly showing high nutrient levels and very high ammonia levels at times, which are of concern. We haven't detected pathogenic organisms in the one that was actually done, but in fact a number of the sites didn't on that occasion, so we definitely need to get some more data on that. But certainly high ammonia, nitrogen and some of those other nutrient contaminants obvious in those shallow groundwaters. Sometimes these bacterial levels will drop due to just natural die-off, and then you get rain and everything and it all increases. So a bit more work going on there, but I guess we originally thought that the groundwater would give us the story what's happening, but as I say, it seems to be isolated, so it's the shallow ones that we think are more important now and lead to some of the concerns with the seeps. So just summarising all that, the Waimea and Wairuperu in particular downstream sites are consistently showing high levels of nutrients compared with upstream, particularly for ammonia and nitrate, and total nitrogen obviously. The Waimea one downstream where it goes into the lagoon and that unnamed drain that we've been talking about wouldn't meet acceptable levels of nitrogen and phosphorus. Microbes are relatively high at the edge of the lagoon, particularly at the western end and in the middle there. And importantly, the human fecal source has been detected at most of those downstream surface sites at least once, and some of them are consistently showing contamination from human fecal material. And that unnamed drain is obviously a real concern, and the seeps in that coming through there, particularly with regard to human fecal contamination and nutrients, obviously. So the seeps and lagoons, obviously, and the edge of the lagoon, as I say, high nutrient levels. Those are likely to have come from septic tank effluent. And based on all the evidence that we have, looking at lines of evidence, most likely source of contaminants within and downstream of the Matataha township, and ones that are really of concern, will be coming from septic tank leakage. And it is pervasive. It's not just likely to be one or two tanks that are leaking, but there's obviously a number to have that consistently showing up on those sites close to the lagoon. And that highlights a pervasive problem. And really, the environmental and public health risks posed need to be addressed, and the health risks will be related mostly to that human fecal material that's in that material coming down into the lagoon. That's it. Sorry to rush through that, but hopefully you've got it in front of you and you can look at it in your own time.
Nicholas, have you got anything to add? Or
I guess I've just got to comment on those seeps and what they are. I think it's an important point to make. So what a seep is essentially it's groundwater leaking out of the ground over the surface, and then where the contours change, where it goes from steeper ground to a more even contour. At the base of that slope, it's quite soggy, and what's occurred there is we've got these drains that have been designed to get rid of the water, and that's just running across the path. And that's what we're measuring, particularly at that point by the 53 Aroa Street by the motel. That's a collection point for quite a big area of those seeps. It's naturally occurring that in some places you get groundwater seeping out of the ground. It's just that so irrespective of whether Matataha was there or not, the township, you would still get seeps emerging. It's just the geology that's underlying it. The nature of it is that water that falls on Matataha doesn't really soak in very deep, and you've got the hills and everything behind it, so there's a shallow groundwater level which doesn't permeate so much down into the deeper groundwater. The thing is, we've put a whole lot of effluent fields on top of it so that it can't permeate down. So in addition to that shallow groundwater, we've got everything coming out of the septic tanks into that layer and then emerging, and that's really the key issue to note here. It's not that the septic tanks in Matataha are any worse than anywhere else, it's that the ground condition is such that you just don't get it doesn't soak into the ground very well until it emerges. So some of it goes into the streams up above, but actually a lot of it is coming through those seeps, which don't really intersect too much with those streams, except for at the bottom. So I just wanted to really highlight that point.
Okay, so before we go to points of clarification, Janine, have you got anything?
I think the only thing I would add is it's been an extremely comprehensive monitoring program. We've been going for 2.5 years. That is an immense amount of data that we have collected, and over time, as we've not been able to answer things or things have changed, we have continued adding to that program. So over the whole space, and we're also monitoring on the possible site locations as well at the moment. We were probably monitoring over 30 different sampling sites: groundwater, seeps, surface water, lagoon, rivers, drains. So just being aware, it is a comprehensive monitoring program for a very long time. Picks up all seasonal variation over 2 years, and we have stopped monitoring a number of just the basic levels because we've now got 2 years of data. But the ones that we are still that Mark has covered, we are still continuing to monitor and will do right through until a decision is made on next steps for the project. So it's a comprehensive analysis.
Quite a bit of ecological data also collected in some of the streams further up and in the Tarawera River, so that when we come to look at the disposal site, we can say this is what's in the receiving environment. Is it degraded or not? What effect is it have on?
Okay, so let's go to
Just one question. Yeah, can I still actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a question.
So we'll just go for questions of clarifications. I've got Councillor Dennis and then Deputy Mayor Emick.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Thank you. When you said that in your wrap-up that the high levels in the Waitapuru stream in Waimea have obviously come from septic tanks. Now, are they from the septic tanks themselves or the septic tank soakage fields?
So are you meaning is the concrete tank an issue, or is it
whether
coming
the
out
tanks
of
have
the
failed
lines?
or
Well, there'd be a difference as to whether the tanks are broken and the old ones didn't have a bottom, or is it where it's coming out into the soakage drains in each section? Is that what's causing your high levels, or is it too hard to differentiate?
I think Hugh's done some work on that.
Yeah, they have the last one.
It'd be very hard to differentiate. I guess it's the human fecal stuff that gives us an indication that it's coming from there, whether it's the fields are associated with the septic tanks. It'd be hard to separate out.
Well, I guess with those seeps, just to add to that, with the nature of the ground conditions, is that whatever comes out of the tanks is going to end up in the surface water body or the seeps. I guess is probably the point. It's not the
Thank you, Mr Chair. Good morning to you all. So going back to what you said, Nicholas, about the seepage area, so does that mean even if you put in brand new septic tanks for everybody, the same problem is still there?
I think a key thing with that is that it's the fecal contamination from human sources that is the real health, the biggest health issue. Nutrients, some nutrients will be still coming out, but the biggest issue is the nutrients plus the human.
And just a supplementary, so a new reticulated system will treat all of that stuff before it gets to the household.
It would remove the discharge.
Oh, okay, as it comes out.
And take that discharge to a different location.
Okay.
Treat it there, and then it would go back into the land fully treated, and no more of that would be sitting in those backyards.
Okay.
So it would certainly reduce the nutrients and also get rid of the human fecal material and the risk associated with it.
Thank you.
Councillor Ringiaho and then Councillor Dennis.
Hey, kia ora, thank you.
Councillor Isles, sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. Probably my concern is you mentioned the national policy statement, and I'm trying to understand when those decisions are made at that level, where is it kept? Because those are high levels you've introduced, and it is fecal, and I would think that Te Ora Public Health would actually step in. Are we saying that it is still below the cap of concern?
No, it's above the problem is when they do those things, they have attribute stage A, B, C.
I thought so, yeah.
And then you have a national bottom line, which may be at D, or for toxicity it may be at B. So once you get to B, the trouble is as you go down the concentrations go up. So when you're down the bottom, and this is what gets confusing. So 1 milligram per litre, for argument's sake, if that's the national bottom line, if it's above that, then it's degraded, but the number will be down the bottom.
So Toi Te Ora Public Health and Bay of Plenty District Health Board and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council have been with us right from the very beginning, given the concerns that they've had in Matata. So they are obviously well on board with where we've been going, and we've been sharing all data, and we give regular updates through David and Nicholas to Toi Te Ora Public Health and the Regional Council in terms of progression of the project, because there is serious concerns about it remaining in that state.
Because certainly the levels we're getting would be red alerts for bacteria according to the Ministry of Health guidelines and for the National Policy Statement.
That's right.
And nitrogen would not meet the national bottom line. In other words, it's worse than the bottom line for nitrate and ammonia at times.
I really appreciate your monitoring of that and the work that's gone into it. But those are indicators for me who don't really know about those things that I would have expected a step on.
I think a really important point too is if you've got those sort of levels in streams and drains and issues with the E. coli, under the NPS you have to improve that, do something to improve that. You can't just let it go at those toxic levels or below.
Seem to be doing something before.
So they are very interested in the progression of the project and what occurs in terms of the best solution of treating wastewater in Matata. So they are what we call, I guess, supporting organisations to the project at the moment, and they continually ask for updates on how we're going.
Thank you for your fellas hard mahi.
Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Chair. Just harking back to the question there regards the septic tanks and the field drainage. If I recall some years ago when it was talked of possibility of going into maintenance by Regional Council, wasn't an inspection made of the septic tanks throughout Matata, and they were found that was not the issue, it was actually the field drainage?
There was an assessment done just a little over 10 years ago. During the previous project to get a scheme in Matata, and they looked at a sample of tanks. I think it was about 100 they looked at in total, and they did an assessment, an A+ assessment, which was based on a measure used out of Auckland, and that identified that basically it had sort of a green, yellow, orange, red system, and about 3% of them were red, which indicated you need urgent action on those ones. There was about 40% that were orange. That basically meant, you need to start moving towards a scheme to solve that. We haven't gone back and done a full assessment of the septic tanks. A, because it's really involved, and B, because we've actually been looking at what we do as a solution to find a scheme that will work to address the issue.
Nicholas.
Just a bit of clarification for Councillor Rangiahu said that right back in 2006 and 2007 when it was first mooted to do a sewage system, it was literally just Richmond Street and then the whole of Matata, but it was the Department of Health that were really putting the foot on our throats that you have to do something or it has to go into maintenance zone. So all the way along there, in fact they've been very patient the last little while, but they were quite definite back then that we had to do something or else. So and the maintenance rule, the maintenance thing is going to be different because since then the OSET rules have changed, the on-site effluent treatment rules have changed, so they've expanded the need for the amount of land you need for a soakage field and all sorts of things, manholes and all that. So none of Matata fits in underneath that except for the ones that have been done the last 5 years. So we've all got 2,000 litre tanks or less and they want more. So it's all changed. We don't fit anything.
2006, 10 years.
Thank
Thank you.
Last one.
I think the answer to this is probably yes. I hope it is. So, because it's in a public agenda. But so this report would be made available to the Tarawera Awa Restoration Group, or have you talked with them, or have they reached out to you?
Yeah, it'll be available for them, yeah, at the presentation.
And we do have some of the co-design members on Tanaitanga Matatua Te Arawa, which is the Matata co-design group. They are also on the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group. And so we do join with them, and we also, the co-design group submitted to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council long-term plan with a supporting letter from the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group specifically on the Matata project.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move to the recommendation, which is on page 97 of the agenda. And I propose that we take the two together, unless anybody has. That's that. So the recommendations are that the Matata Wastewater Project Update April 2024 report be received, and 2, that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee note a formal report will be coming to a future meeting of the Infrastructure and Planning Committee to seek direction and endorsement on the preferred location and reticulation system for the Matata Wastewater Project. So do we have a mover, please? Councillor James, seconder. Councillor O'Brien. Do we have any debate? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, people.
Thank you.
So we're now going to move to item 6.1, and then we'll go to 6.2. 6.1 is the Blueberry Curve Safety Interventions Assessment. And that is you, Joe?
Myself and Annie, yes.
Please, thank you. So just before you start, people at the back, can you hear okay? Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'll take the report as read, but I'll...
Page 10.
Just hang on that. Sorry, page 10 to 20.
So I'll take the report as read, but I'll just give a brief summary of the report. So this report is brought to the IPC, the Infrastructure and Planning Committee, to seek some direction regarding some of the options that we're re-looking at for the Blueberry Curve Safety Improvements Project. So as a bit of context, from when this project was first, from the initial inception of this project, the original estimates and budget that went into the GP was around 3.7 million. As we've worked through the pre-implementation of this project, those costs have increased to looking at over $6 million for a number of reasons. The scope, the significant cost increases that we've been seeing that weren't even thought of 3 years ago, and a number of other issues. At that same time, the crash history that was occurring at this site or section of road that led to this project being a top priority had also tapered off, and we'd also done somewhat tapered off, and we'd also done some interim interventions like increased line marking, high skid resistance resurfacing, and some electronic warning signs. During the time period that the crash history at this particular area was sort of plateauing, we're also seeing a growing increase in deaths and serious injuries on some other areas of our network. So it just presented a really good opportunity, especially given our current economic climate, to really just take a moment to reassess this project and determine what the right way forward is. So this report goes into quite a lot of detail of what that assessment has entailed, looking at the crash history, looking at the background for where this project came from. And it's also looked at it alongside the context of some of those other high-risk roads because it's important that when we're thinking about road safety, we're not just always honing in on one particular issue, and we're making sure that we're keeping up to date with what's happening across our network. So through the development of our activity management plan, we confirmed that road safety is one of our 4 key priorities. So it's a key problem on our network that does warrant investment in addressing that issue. We just need to make sure that that investment is in the most cost-effective manner, and that we can address that problem as beneficially as possible. And that's the purpose of this report, and re-looking at some of those options. So basically the options that we've put forward is to look at de-scoping that project. It's quite a long section of road, and that's, a lot of the costs escalate because of the quantities involved. In particular, the crashes occurring on the first and last corners approaching that series of curves. So rather than treating the section in its entirety, if we de-scope it, we can reduce the cost quite significantly but still address some of the key issues. We've also looked at the costs and benefits of using speed management, and this is an example of where speed management, compared to some of the infrastructure investments, provide some really high benefit cost ratios in terms of reducing the bastard injury annual amounts for a much lower cost than the actual infrastructure investments. And then we've also looked at a combination of that de-scoping the project and applying those reduced costs. Just going back to some of the other high-risk roads on our network, just to put it in context, it was briefly summarised there. There's also been a number of infrastructure investments identified on those roads to help reduce the DSIs that they're seeing. And when you add all those up, that comes to about another $11.4 million on top of this $6.7 million, over $6 million. So if we're to only look at infrastructure investments, the cost of addressing that safety problem becomes really, really high. And to put it in context, we spend about 12.5 to 15, I think it's 15 million we're forecast in the next LTP period for a 3-year period. So if we were to address all of those high-risk roads, we'd be spending more than what our total improvement bucket of money is for, and that needs to cover not only road safety but growth and climate change and resilience and those other key problem statements that we've addressed. So the purpose of this report was just to present this information to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee and gain some feedback and sort of thinking around what the option is for moving this project forward in consideration with the wider safety issue.
Yeah, just one more point to add as well is with the latest draft GPS on transport that's come out, we know that investment from the National Land Transport Fund for safety improvements is going to be very limited. So it may be a matter of, even if we choose to go out with a full intervention at $6-7 million, we may not get that co-funding from central government as well. So it's about sort of meeting their expectation around our spend as well.
Okay, so we'll go to points of clarification. If I may start first, is it an option to do nothing?
Doing nothing is, I guess, always an option. We do know that there are some safety risks associated with those corridors, that corridor, and it would just be a matter of deciding whether or not that's something council is happy to live with or not.
In the current climate, I guess we could save some cash. Okay, Councillor James. In option 3, you've got reduced speed to 80 from State Highway 30 to the Rangitoto River. Is it possible at all just to have it 80 k's from Powdrells Road to the other side of the bends? I can't see the reasoning for the whole length.
Certainly it is a possibility. The intent behind that 80 k speed limit was to also address some safety issues we have West Bank and East Bank Road to the Thornton Lagoon, as well as along Thornton Road where we have R&B's Blueberry Farm, we've got extreme boats, we've got a lot of turning traffic. And over the summer period, we've installed previously 80 kilometre speed limit signs there as well to reduce those risks. So it means we're sort of doing a more consistent approach rather than chopping and changing when necessary. But also an important thing to look at is the current speeds along those roads. The vast majority of people seem to be doing around about the 80k limit anyway, so it's about really targeting those people who are going too fast for the conditions without impacting most users.
Sorry, Brian.
My question was the same. I'm more interested in restricting where that 80 kilometre, I guess, area was, maybe, from the side of the red barn. Similar scenario.
Okay, Councillor Dennis and then Deputy Mayor Amick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know our family's travelled that road for the last 30, 40 years, and my wife was involved in a very serious accident there on the second bend, the first left-hand bend coming from Thornton Road, where a truck and trailer unit tipped over and slid across and wrote our car off, and then he wrote her off. But when they did that, they then redid the camber on that corner, plus the camber opposite Blueberry Corner. Is it true that since then the accidents have reduced a lot, as well as the resurfacing and the shoulder hitching, whatever that is?
So the number of accidents we've got it in the report here, between 2007 and 2015, and 2015 and 2023, are about the same. So despite the fact that we've had quite a big increase in traffic, we've had roughly the same number of accidents happening there. We've seen a change in the type of accidents that are happening. So somewhat less loss of control accidents occurring, but what we are seeing is inexperienced drivers and people driving too fast for the conditions are still big crash factors. So we do know that inexperienced people have trouble with some of those corners. They can be tricky if you haven't driven them a number of times, or if you're a new driver. But also, if you're going too fast, they will catch people out.
But in your table on page 13, there's about 20 different factors. Only 5 of them really relate to speed, isn't it? The rest of alcoholism and all that have nothing to do with whether or not we slow them down.
And what we do know, though, is that when we do reduce speeds, survivability of accidents goes up, so you have less fatal and less serious accidents happening on the roads, as well as having more chance to avoid collision.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Amick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, how are you going, Joe? And Elise. So if I hear you right, you're saying for the sake of few bad drivers, everybody else in the community has to suck the coomera.
Well, it's not quite that. We've also, provided some information around the actual impact of that reduced speed limit. I'm just trying to find which page it was on, but it was, a number of seconds additional travel time that it adds. But it's potentially saving a significant number of lives and deaths and serious injuries. The issue as well is deaths and serious injuries not only have a massive impact to those people involved in it, but they also have a significant financial impact to the community and the economy, with all the costs associated in that crash happening. The attendance of emergency services, the blocking of the road, the ongoing ACC and support required to those people that have been affected. So there is still a cost of doing nothing. It might not hit our road safety budgets exactly, but it will still flow onto our community, which is where we're trying to make sure we're managing affordability across the board for our community. It's what the speed reduction option is looking at is how can we tackle the road safety problem and have the biggest impact for the lowest cost. And through the information that we've looked into, the reduced speed limit is doing that. There is, for everything, there's still going to be a cost and there's still going to be a benefit, but it's adding, a number of seconds. Sorry, I can't find which page it was on. If you've got the number of the document.
I think another piece of information that's useful is the majority of people won't have to suck the coomera on that stretch of the road because they're already doing that as an average speed. what you could do is signal the impact of that stretch of road earlier and slow people down before they get to those first two dangerous corners. For the most part, the travel through that section would be the same, pending where we get to with the further bit through to Thornton Road.
Just with the business hat on, you know, we've already got compromised speed and increased business and freight and costs on State Highway 30 that way, and now it looks like it's going to be going that way as well. And you know, I do appreciate all the social benefits, but we've got to get to a point somewhere where we've got to think of the practical stuff as well.
I expect trucks would be going much slower than 80 around those corners.
Oh well, they would around those corners. But I'm talking about the whole stretch. Yeah.
I mean, that stretch should be largely untouched in terms of speed, apart from those sections.
Okay. Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora, korua. Thank you for your mahi. And thank you too also for the concern of tātou hapure and their orana in trying to ensure that there's safety there. I did look up the statistics in terms of the accidents in that area, and the last one being in 2017, and there was one in 2019, but that was a bit further along. And also too, because I had an uncle who was involved in one of the accidents, and the woman who crashed, who crossed the line, passed away. My question really is around there in 6.2 we didn't have we didn't take community engagement, and because there was an ability not to, but also we had quite strong feedback from around speeds last year. How do you think that community would feel? Have you had any kind of feedback from that community?
So if I can respond to that. So the comment under 6.2 is around the council has the ability to not undertake specific feedback where there is already a sound understanding of that feedback. So we've drawn on the feedback that we've already undertaken through the speed management plan consultation in terms of informing the information in this report. So the speed management plan consultation that we undertook showed that there was a lot of support for blanket speed limit reductions, but there was still support and even requests for particular areas where there was high risk to road safety or concerns and issues. So this is utilising that feedback where there is a particular safety issue and a high risk to road users, and applying not a blanket speed limit but a constrained speed limit to address that particular area. So we didn't go out and consult on blueberry curves on its own, but we've used the feedback that we've received from the public about speed management.
Thank you for clarifying that, because it was a feeling that we've gone back to this the whole road. We'll do the whole road instead of just that area. But thank you for clarifying that.
Councillor Jukes.
Sorry, I just wanted to just touch on what Councillor Boynton said, that just in regards to the 4.1 and that the crash history, and I'm not sure if it was 16 or 17, but the fatality was from a medical incident. It was not anything to do with the road. So I know the lady involved, and it wasn't to do with the road. So you just have to put it into perspective sometimes. So in actual fact, it's can actually be other factors. It could have been anywhere on the road that happened, but it just happened to be on that particular venue. So
I just have one last question, if I may. And is this more about the government wanting us to spend money so they can save money? And because you talk about cost of accidents on the health system and everything else. But as Councillor Deputy Mayor Emick said before, there's actually no cost benefit for us spending that money. And of course we've got people breathing down our necks about spending money, and so it's an option that we should be saying.
suppose the benefit for us is we have identified that road safety is a key problem in our roading network. So this is a way to address those problems. They need investment. And so this is showing that we can apply prudent investment to address that problem rather than really high investment to address that problem. The road safety problem isn't just on Blueberry Curves, it's in a number of areas across our district, and we can't afford to do nearly $20 million worth of infrastructure upgrades to 5 roads that have a high crash risk when, as you say, crashes can still happen at any other point, and it wouldn't be good if we went and spent $20 million, address these high risk areas, and then had a spate of fatalities outside of that. So it's around how can we invest the right amount of money to address that problem as best we can. That's what this is trying to look at. In terms of the government around, how those costs come into other areas of, they too are showing, yes, road safety is still a priority, but they've got higher priorities. So there is still a budget being provided for road safety intervention, but it's much smaller than what we've seen in previous years. And so as well, if we want to utilise the Waka Kotahi investment, we're unlikely to get large-scale infrastructure improvements across the line because there's just not going to be the budgets to afford them. So it's getting us to look more creatively and prudently around how can we still address that problem to a point and do it within an affordable means.
Thank you. So, sorry, Councillor Rangiaho.
I'm just going to go to 4.4, and you've mentioned it on, that's page 15, around the high-risk roads, and I see, and you probably answered what the proposal about what does it look like to do nothing, because inside of here, you, in 4.4, given the situation with the projects, gives another reason to pause and reevaluate to ensure that you've just spoken to that. I would support that. It's just the Galatea Road to the Waiho to State Highway 30. That's a long stretch of road, but there is a particular corner just from our maunga Arorangi, just they call it Snake Hill, just around, and I think you're aware of that corner. Even if there was simple signage around there, because like you say inside of the report, what are the conditions like? We're going into winter, it's forestry everywhere, and those roads remain like that, very dark in those spaces. I did mention just signage or something simple rather, and it's also Tania to the we do have spots like that around there, but I think to pause and reevaluate, to do nothing.
Thank you. You'll have an opportunity to talk about those other roads in the next paper. But so, if we move on to the recommendations, which are on page 10 of the agenda, and I propose that we take them separately. So the first one is that Blueberry Curve Safety Interventions Assessment Report be received. I am a mover. Councillor Boynton, Councillor Rangiaho. All those in favour? Aye. Next. Okay, second one, that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee approve option 3, reduce speed limit on Thornton Road, State Highway 32, Rangitaki River Bridge, and associated minor improvements. Do I have a mover? Councillor Tanjos, seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Riles. All those in favour, please say aye, or raise your hand, perhaps it might be better.
Debate on this, please.
Are we debating it?
Debate.
Because there may be some that want to make an amendment. We've got to debate it first before you go into the vote.
I seconded it just to get it in the debate.
Yes, seconded in there, so debate, sorry. What's that? So we've got Councillor James.
Do I get first right as the move?
can reserve it.
I know I get a right of reply, but I normally get the first.
You can reserve it if you wanted to.
Reserve what?
The first and last.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, so yeah, I'm just moving this because it seems like a fairly straightforward thing. I think staff have come up with a really effective way of reducing costs to a very minimal amount to allow budget to be spent in other areas. It seems that most drivers slow down to that kind of level in any case at that stretch, and so it's just really an indication to people who are going too fast for the road conditions to just slow down, which to me seems really sensible. I mean, we've all driven that stretch of road many times, and it's going a bit fast to go around those bends at 100, and so the idea of just putting in a speed limit there makes absolute sense. I know that some people have foreshadowed the idea of maybe reducing the extent of it, and just to say that I wouldn't necessarily be opposed. I think going from State Highway 30 through to the end of the Blueberry Curves would be the way to go, because I think coming off State Highway, that first stretch has got a number of concerns that make reducing speed there sensible, but it doesn't have to go all the way up to West Bank Road. But I think it's a really good proposal, so thank you.
Councillor James. Yeah, I'm gonna vote against it because I just can't accept it at all. I look at State Highway 30. They've dropped the speeds to 80. I've been over Rotorua a few times, and certainly coming from Awakerre to town, I don't see any. The flows of traffic are still doing 90 to 100, whether there's trucks in amongst them or not. I haven't seen any effect, and going back to one of the old police traffic ads years ago, the speed limit isn't actually a target. So just because the road says 100 and the bends, you can only take the bend at 70, it doesn't mean to say you've got to do it at 100. So I can't see the relevance in, especially going from State Highway 30 right to the Rangitoik River, which is trying to slow down the whole progress, and to me there are other options to do it. So I can't accept this at all, so I'm voting against it.
Councillor Riles. Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting it. I believe that the options that we've been offered, this is the cheapest option, and again, to do nothing is not an option. So I'm very supportive. If we can reduce the speed and do those minor improvements for a smaller budget, taking on board what Annalisa and Joe have said, we've got to look at where we can keep costs to a minimum, but at the same time be reactive to scenarios which we are fully aware of. I mean, this is only one of many that will come before us. So again, it's very supportive.
Anything further, Councillor Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the flavour of this thing is that speed's too fast at the moment, and there've been too many people over a number of years and decades been killed on that corner and received serious injury. And although Councillor James says that it's not a target 100 k's, for some of the young fellas it is, and there are a lot of people who try to rally drive through that. So I'd actually be like to drop it to 70 k's, but I don't think I'm going to get the support for that. So I will go with the 80 k's, but I would like to see it maybe go only as far as 462 Thornton Road, which is just coming out of that western bend, just to be able to get this across the line, because it's the Blueberry corners are the dangerous ones, not from there to the Thornton Road. And so yes, that's why I would vote for that amendment.
So we haven't got an amendment. Do you want to?
Well, I'd like to propose an amendment that I don't know if I'm going to get support for this, but I'd like to put an amendment that we change the speed from the Red Barn through to 462, reduce it to 70 k's. And if no one supports that, then 80 k's. I followed trucks through there this morning, and even at, I think the truck in front of me was doing 75 k's and it was swaying quite badly. So I think if we can narrow it right down to that narrow gap, I think 70 k's we would stop almost all accidents. So that's my amendment.
I'm just wondering, because Councillor Dennis has said he wants to move a motion, and if the speed limit doesn't pass, to go back to 80, and I'm just wondering if it would be easier to put them as two separate amendments, one on the speed limit and one on the extent of the speed reduction, so make it easier for us to vote.
Well, either that or you say it's 70 and that's that.
70 between the Red Barn and 462 Thornton Road. See if that fails.
Move that amendment first, Councillor.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's his amendment, so yeah, he's entitled to.
Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor O'Brien? Any debate around that? Councillor Jukes?
I was happy to support 80 Ks, not 70, and I'm not happy to support the original proposal for that area. I think the 462 makes more sense, although to be totally honest, I'm not exactly sure where that is on the map. 462.
It's to the west. It's just past the westernmost corner.
Yeah. So while I am supportive of the reduced area and reduced speed to 80, I'm not 70. So I won't vote for that amendment.
O'Brien? Boynton, sorry.
Yeah, similar reason. I would be supportive of 80 and also just specifically for that area. I do have some concerns though around how this is linked to the speed management plan. I think that's what makes me hesitant because we know with the changes that the minister that with the new government there is the minister is the one who decides until he releases or determines the dates on the deadlines, I suppose, for the specific plan. There is still space for the speed management plan to be delayed. My concern is that I'm not confident if we approve a decision around this, are we setting that plan? That's why I'm hesitant.
To clarify, Mr. Chair, this one is only about the amendment. This blueberry corner. The speed management plan is the next report. So everything you said is valid, but it'll be for the next.
Oh, I was just wondering.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
It's a bit confusing because I thought if you make a decision on the blueberry corner, does that mean that we're tied into the?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Why it's confusing.
It is relative, but we'll deal with it.
Sorry, that was probably a clarification.
So, Councillor Riles.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting the reduced speed to 70. 462, what's that, or where's that in relation to what's in the recommendation, which is the Rangatahi River Bridge, which I would suggest would be that at Thornton Beach Road intersection, is that in East Bank Road?
It's only the way past.
462 is just to the west of the last bend in Blueberry Corners.
Yeah.
But I certainly won't be supporting the reduction to 70.
Okay.
Likewise, I won't support the reduction to 70, but do support the Red Barn through to 462.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to amend that motion to 80 Ks between 237 and 462 Thornton Road to 80 Ks.
Happy to see that.
So just to clarify, 80 Ks and a reduced length. Okay.
Between 237 Thornton Road and 462 Thornton Road.
Is there any further discussion on that? Councillor Tangos.
I think Councillor Dennis for amending the speed limit. Really, that was a point of difficulty for most members. I'll just say that I think the moving at the western end of that speed limit to 462 Thornton Road is a good idea. I'm looking at on the map, to me that looks like the ideal place to put the western limit. But But I think it should go all the way to State Highway 30. For the reasons that staff has outlined, there's a number of issues along that first stretch. Coming off State Highway 30, which is 80 kilometres an hour, and if you left it there, you'd come off State Highway 30, which is an 80 kilometre an hour zone, you'd come onto an 80 kilometre zone, and it would be consistent all the way up to 462 Thornton Road, and then you'd go up to 100, which to me makes sense. Coming the other way, you'd be at 100, you'd slow down at 462, coming into all those bends, and then you'd stay at 80, and it's only a short distance from the end of those bends to State Highway 30 anyway, and you've got a number of places where vehicles come out and things like that, and it would make much more sense just to continue to State Highway 30. So I'd like to move an amendment
To the amendment.
to the amendment for the western end to be at 462 Thornton Road, but for it to go all the way through to State Highway 30.
Second.
So we have an amendment to the amendment, moved by Councillor Tansell, seconded by Councillor Isles. To what speed?
80.
Consistent.
Is there any discussion on that before so I'll put the amendment to the amendment first, so we're just clear on what it is. You'd like to read it out again, Councillor?
So this is the proposal that an 80k zone be introduced that goes from State Highway 30 to 462.
Okay. We're all clear on that, so all those in favour of that amendment?
Aye.
Against? So that amendment's carried.
Amendment, big amendment.
So that becomes a motion then. Okay.
Yeah, I was only against the starting point. I wasn't against the going down to the 80Ks. I was just...
Chair.
Okay, so the amendment becomes the motion. And do we need to read that again? Everybody's clear on it? Councillor Isles, you have a question?
The only part that I'd like clarification on would be, with us restricting that back to 462, does that impact at all on the associated minor improvements which are part of that second recommendation?
Not significantly. The minor improvements is upgrading the LED warning signs that are out there that are due for renewal. I think it's the minor signage upgrade. So yeah, the extent might be reduced slightly because of the length is slightly reduced, but there'll still be some minor improvements.
Okay. So can we read the motion out? The Infrastructure and Planning Committee approves the reduced speed limit of 80 k's from State Highway 30 junction to 462 Thornton Road.
And associated minor improvements.
Associated minor improvements. So all those in favour, please raise your
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. So we've run past time, people, so we'll take a break and then deal with the speed management plan next. So we'll come back at 1 to 1.
I'm going to try this morning through.
So we're having lunch.
Yes.
I just need to go on the break because I thought carry on. Lots to go and do the other one. It's all good.
Okay, start again. Welcome back, everybody. Just remind you that we're live streaming today, so I think Councillor Isles mentioned that first thing this morning, so the same rules apply. So we're going to change the agenda format again. Mr. Farrell unfortunately has a dental appointment today, so we need to let him go to that. So Jeff, if you'd like to proceed with your report, please.
What number?
And that now, before we go that far, there is an apology, or should have been an apology for lateness for Councillor Tanchos this morning, so.
I'll move it.
Second? Yes. David, please, aye.
Aye.
Carried, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
So, we're Manawahey Road flooding, page 104 to 146. Thank you, Jeff.
I've got two small corrections to the report. So I've got on page 104, halfway down the executive summary sentence that reads emergency pumping reopened the road. It should read after 1 week of pumping. And the second correction is on page 107. It's the third paragraph down, and it is the second bullet point. It was closure of the road for 4 weeks.
Instead of 7 days.
Instead of 7 days, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sorry about that. So I'll try and be really quick because I'll take the report in read. The flooding is a result of prolonged rain over a long period of time into a catchment of about 133 hectares, the lowest point in the catchment, and there's no gravity out there. And so it's like a ponding basin, it just fills up when you have a level of rainfall. It did have significant consequences. 2 houses got inundated to about 1/2 metre or so, and they subsequently went through a settlement process with their insurers and being paid out. There was access to 4 properties that was interrupted, so actually property owners couldn't get into their properties, and it was around 1.72 metres depth of water for several months. There was a business interruption to a farm, a marijuana farm, on the upland side of the basin. With the road closed, the trucks that serviced that business wouldn't go through the floodwaters, and so they were unable to get product to market, and so they were very keen for us to initiate a solution. And there was also when the road was was temporarily closed for the 4 weeks, there was a significant interruption to those road users. Looking at rainfall statistics going back 93 years, we've been able to identify that there was one other event over that time in 1972 that caused significant flooding as well, as it did at Lake Rotomar. And that really gives a annual exceedance probability of 1 in 46 years, or about 2% any one year. And so there were 2 other events that came close but didn't cause flooding of the houses or the road. So if you were going to adopt a really precautionary approach, you could say, well, it's actually a 1 in 23 year period between events. This is an important issue because in terms of our recommendation, this is a key factor. I think the second aspect around the issue is that although we came in early on, we ended up pumping almost 750 million litres of water to clear it. And so it does need an intervention to actually reduce the level down. If we did nothing, the road would be closed for months. And I think it's important to understand that, so it does need an intervention. The climate change predictions for the area are for more intense frequent rainfall. I can no major change to rainfall on an annual basis. So if that does play out, then we're probably looking at not a significant change in the recurrence figure. So the next event, although it's a probability, it could happen next year, but on the numbers that we've got over 93 years, it's probably not looking like that sometime. We then looked at, once we got the road partially opened, I've got the road reopened, sorry, we then spent some time looking at a number of options for a permanent solution. So pumping is a short-term fix, I know hearing with the goodwill of adjacent property owners. There are a number of options that were considered, and two of which really became more likely than others. One was to, in effect, replicate what we had done by installing a pipe across the road, but actually upgrading that a little bit in terms of size, and then installing a pump chamber or a culvert to pump from, combined with some legal agreements with the property owners who are very supportive of what we're doing. That's option one, and as the third option is a cost of about $200,000 for the infrastructure. That's been estimated, but we expect it to be less than that. With option one, having those agreements in place, it means that if it should happen again, we've got a system that we can implement immediately. It's got legal support to it, and so if property owners changed, we'd be able to deliver that solution. The other viable option involved direct drilling 400 metres across the road to a waterway, and that would require again some landowner agreement, or through the Public Works Act it could be done, and some compensation. And then there's an additional cost associated, so that's about $1.1 million. With option one, that $200,000, there'll be an additional cost if an event happened, depending on the scale of it in terms of how often or how much pumping would need to be done. And so the option for the directional drilling is a gravity pipe that goes through, and so as soon as it rains, it drains away and doesn't flow. And so that is probably the best option long term. It's just a heck of a cost. And for an event that's unlikely to happen very regularly, that's why the fact that option one comes through as a preferred option, because it's putting in place a mechanism that gives you reliability, gives you confidence in the work, that's worked out in the past, the landowners support it, and the cost is quite good. The other issue around it, I guess, is what either of those options, if we agree to implement them, would benefit those private landowners as well. So the access to the properties would be uninterrupted. The houses would unlikely to be flooded, depending on where the threshold for when you start pumping is set at. So really, in relation to the options, that's why we've preferred option one. It can be funded through the existing roading budget, and so we're not going to adjust anything in that regard. And so our recommendation to the committee is to go with option one over the other options. I'm happy to take questions.
Right, all done, Jeff? So just if I start as a clarification, should we put that wording in the recommendation somewhere that you prefer to go option one?
Well, I think it's inherent in the report. We've identified option one as the preferred option. So I don't think it...
We usually do.
Check on that, actually.
We usually do have option in the recommendation. So you're quite right, Mr. Chair.
I think it would be good to have it in the recommendation. So
that's very clear.
I was going to say that too.
Okay, so Councillor Daniels, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't have a question to ask, but just a bit of clarification is that why aren't we delaying it a bit longer and maybe doing it a bit further down the track if we've got another couple of years, or is it just based around that legal access role? We have an owner that's friendly.
We've got two owners that are friendly, and so We don't know because it's a probability thing. We could get another event next year, and if we didn't have that in place, depending if they're still supportive or not, will depend on whether actually we could go and deliver it pretty quickly.
So just a supplementary one. If we didn't do it now and we waited 5 years and run the risk, and the owners had changed, property owners had changed, and they refused to work with us, does that mean instead of 200,000 we're looking at a couple of $1 million?
Well, look, if we could potentially look at emergency works under the RMA, or through the Public Works Act, but that's quite a long, prolonged process. And my recommendation is, while we've got willing landowners and uncertainty about when the next event might happen, if we do it within budget, it makes sense to do it now.
We're only looking at 200,000 to start with. Okay. Thank you.
Jeff, are those dwellings able to be re-inhabited, or are they a write-off?
Well, the yellow placard houses, and both properties have now been purchased by one owner, who lives in Christchurch but owns land in Manawahai Road, which he's currently subdividing. I have been in contact with him about going through a process to make sure that the buildings are made fit for purpose before they're reoccupied, and that we're just starting to go through that process.
Thank you. So our responsibility is to keep the road open. That's what we are responding to. And you talked about there's some private benefit. Is there any contribution to any of the costs of the landowners?
We haven't approached them in that regard. If the committee decided to go for option 4, the directional drills, that's a long-term permanent solution in place, then I think it would be appropriate to contact property owners. But for the cost of the work involved, there is a pipe across the road already, and so we may not need to replace that. We just need to do some calculations around that. But I just don't think it's worth it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You said funded from existing road reserves. Was it existing
road budgets?
Road budgets.
Yes, so within our existing roading, so a lot of the cost would be progressing the legal instruments to be able to put this work in place. We have a general network and asset management budget that will allow us to progress those types of works. And we can do it, it's mostly going to be internal staff. There'll be a little bit of external costs for lawyers and things like that, which we have budgets that allow for that kind of standard practice. The physical works have been estimated with quite high contingencies because a lot of detailed design hasn't been carried out, but through our experience, when we look at them, we can kind of tell that those contingencies are looking like they're quite on the high side. As Jeff mentioned, there's already a pipe that was installed during the initial pumping that we may not actually have to replace, but we've allowed to replace it because we wanted to make sure that we're assessing those options kind of on the worst case, like on a conservative approach. Contingency's been put in. Once we've done this next step of doing some of those calcs around the height of that pipe, the size of that pipe and the size of that manhole, we'll have a better idea of the budgets of the exact costs involved. But because it is relatively low compared to that type of work, we're confident that we can do it within our existing budget.
So, Mr. Chair, I just wonder for clarity if we also added to be funded from existing road budgets, just to be clear that we're not seeking additional funding if you're already amending the recommendation to include option 1.
Is that with the limit?
Sorry.
Is that with the limit?
It was 200k and another 140 or 57. 157,000. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a sec. Any further points of clarification?
One small one. It's just 6.1 and it's just in regards to option 1, and it says there, response carried out to remove floodwaters from the road in 2020-03. I'm just wondering if that's just a typo.
2023.
Just wanted to clarify, because if we include that into the amendment, we're meaning the right thing. I thought it might have been the name of a road.
Any further points of clarification? If not, we'll move to the recommendations, which are on page 105. Now, I just wonder, with recommendation 2, can we slot in approves the Manawahei Road Flood Resilience Project using option 1? The prolonged period of road closure should flooding reoccur. And then I think, does that make sense?
Yep.
And then do we add, and so then for the funding, we make that recommendation 4, that the funding is, Judy, what was it?
Oh, to be funded from existing road budgets. I was trying to tie it back to option 1, but when you talk about option 1.
As long as there's a limit put on that, because if it's coming out of the general roading budget, we don't put something in that too.
Well, option 1 specifies it's 200k.
I know,
57.
but providing that is where it ends.
Do we need to say that in that recommendation, that it comes from the, Annalise, what is it, the roading budget?
Yeah, it'll be a series of different maintenance ops and renewals budgets that are
From existing budget?
existing roading budgets would be the simplest one.
To put into the maximum
debt.
The option value.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion? It's unlikely to go over the cap, but if it did, would you stop the project?
Well, it
I'm
depends.
expecting we will be providing regular updates on the progress of the project as part of the Capital Works Program and the Infrastructure and Planning Committee report.
Well,
so
option 1 has
whether it's necessary.
Option 1 has the dollars in there, so if we're running with option 1 in the statement here, I think that covers it. So if we go with recommendation 4, is that the funding will be from existing roading budget?
Existing roading budgets.
I was going to make a suggestion. You can just include it in 2, but it doesn't really matter. It's fine. Yeah. Well, if you could just say that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee approves the Manawahei Road Flood Resilience Project option 1 to be funded from existing roading budgets due to the. But it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
It could get a bit long-winded in there.
I think you could probably cut the rest out once you've said option 1 funded by existing road budget.
Yeah,
the rest
leave it there.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
So just to be clear, we're going to. I'll read the first one and then go to the second one. So the recommendations, page 105. The Building Resilience Manawahei Road Flooding Report be received, and that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee approves the Manawahei Road Resilience Project option 1 funded from existing roading budgets.
That sounds good.
And thirdly, that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee notes this project increases the resilience of the Manawahei Road asset to future flood events. So do I have a mover?
Yeah.
Councillor Dennis, seconded. Councillor Boynton. Any debate? If there is none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you.
Enjoy the dinner.
Hope it's not too painful.
Good luck with your appointment.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Annalise and Joe, back to you. And Whakatane Speed Management Plan Adoption, page 21 to 77 of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will take the report as read, but given it's quite a lengthy report and there's a lot going on, I will provide a bit of a summary. So this report is seeking approval to adopt the amended district speed management plan that we've developed. Now, that speed management plan, as it stands in its current form, has been developed following a series of things, one of those being the extensive public consultation that we carried out last year. We received a lot of feedback about what the general public didn't support when it came to speed management, but also what they did support around some of the high-risk areas and vulnerable road users, such as outside schools and high-risk areas, and a few areas that people specifically had community support for, either due to an inconsistent speed limit or a high-risk area. It also has been amended to move with the changing central government direction that's been provided in this space. So following the new government being elected late last year, there were further changes made to the speed limit related legislation that did remove the mandated requirement for councils to adopt a speed management plan, and also some of the mandatory requirement to reduce speed limits outside of schools. It still allowed the option for those things to continue. Further guidance is still to be developed and provided from central government in that space. So for the interim, councils can either continue to progress an amended speed management plan developed, or continue to wait without a speed management plan. Now, without a speed management plan, the key issue is that no speed limit changes can be made whatsoever. So where we have inconsistent speed limits on our road, we don't have a process to be able to change those, or where we've identified high-risk areas or vulnerable road users, we don't have a process to be able to change those limits. So previous to all of these recent changes in the last few years with the legislation around setting of speed limits, our speed limits were managed through a bylaw process. So that was a process that we had. And so we've always been able to amend and adapt speed limits as the roading environment changes or the risks in a particular road changes. We're now entering a territory of new process, but it's still got a few more changes to iron out as there's been a change in central government. So right now, as it stands and as it stood for the last couple of years, when the legislation came in, we were no longer able to use the bylaw process. The new process was to be followed, but then that's kind of been slightly caught up with all the changes. So the only changes we've made in recent years was the rural school speed management plan that was passed last year, and we made the changes to rural school speed limits only, because that was all that was contained in that speed management plan. But until we adopt a speed management plan, we're unable to make any other changes. And so the speed management plan that we've developed removes any sort of blanket urban, rural speed limit changes. It only includes those outside of our urban schools. Our rural schools have already been adjusted. So our urban schools, our town centres, and what we mean by town centres is not all urban areas, it's our built-up CBD, high use, high pedestrian areas where there's a lot of activity. There's often a lot of slow speed limits going on anyway. Our high-risk areas that we've identified, and we sort of touched on in the previous Blueberry Curves report, where we've got high-risk roads, the cost to infrastructure up those roads to address the safety concerns is extensive, and so speed management is a tool that can be applied to help reduce that risk in a more cost-effective manner. It also includes a number of speed limits that are currently inconsistent because changes have happened, such as the Shore Road subdivision and a number of other roads across our district. And then the last one is where we had a lot of community support for a particular area or speed limit change. So those are the speed limit changes that have been set out. In the actual speed management plan, there's copies of the maps that show where those speed limits happen for those that like to see those sort of changes spatially. There's also a table at the very back of the speed management plan that lists all of the roads and where they start and finish, what the old limit, new limit, and the justification, like whether it's a school or town centre. And so we've set forth basically 3 options to progress. Either we can adopt the speed management plan in its current prepared form, which covers the items I've mentioned, We could adopt it, but with some further amendments. So we could look at taking some things out or potentially adding further things in if there's something else to be added. Or we can continue to not have a speed limit, a speed management plan, and then not be able to make any changes to any of our speed limits until we have that central government further guidance, which at this point in time we're not sure exactly when that will be. And so the advantages and disadvantages of each of those options have been set out in the report. So I think if I covered all, so that's kind of the main points that I wanted to cover, but happy to take any questions or clarifications.
Just before we start that, Councillor Dennis, your group has submitted a letter in support which you've signed. Do you see that as a conflict or potential bias in this discussion?
No, I don't, Mr. Chairman, because I'm appointed to that committee as a representative of the council. Therefore, I can't have a conflict of interest because my interest is that of the council. That means that every time we meet here, everyone here that's on a appointed committee can't speak. That would make it very limiting for us. So no, I'm sorry, we can't. I can't declare a conflict of interest because I'm appointed.
Okay. So, So we're going to clarification, or do you have a question other than that?
I had a question regarding the question you'd asked of Councillor Dennis. What were you talking about there?
There's an attachment in one of the appendices is a letter of support for speed management changes prepared by the Eastern Bay of Plenty Road Safety Committee. So it's a committee letter of support, and it goes for all of the Eastern Bay.
Signed by me as the chairman, but it's not my committee.
No, so again, that same reference could relate to a lot of us who sit on either ad hoc committees or chair ad hoc committees. Would that put us in a conflicting? Well, it would be good to have a ruling on it.
You'd almost have a case by case, I suppose. But in this case here, Councillor Dennis doesn't feel that he has, so I think we've highlighted that. Thank you. So now we'll go to points of clarification. Councillor Jukes.
Just to be clear, the previous report about the speed management around the Blueberry Corner. So what you're saying, if I'm understanding it correctly, and I may not be, because it's quite a confusing topic, that what we have just voted for cannot be changed unless we approve a speed management plan to some degree.
So through the chair, it won't be able to be changed until a speed management plan is in place. So if today's decision is not to adopt a speed management plan until that further central government direction is provided, it means that the changes that were passed for Thornton Road won't occur until that mechanism in place. If the speed management plan is adopted, those changes are described to happen in 2025-26 because it takes a bit of time to gear up for those changes. So between now and then, I'm not sure what the central government direction would be. So if we didn't adopt it now, it may still be that time frame. But it is a unique situation. The purpose of the Blueberry Curves report being first was so that some of that sort of broader context could be considered, and it's a bit of a chicken and egg which one happens.
No issues with it. I just wanted to make sure I was interpreting it correctly.
I don't see the passing of the Blueberry Curves preempting the decision on this. There's still two definite separate resolutions to be passed. It'll just impact the timing.
I just want to clear in my head from what you had said in your intro for this.
Yeah.
Any other points of clarification, Councillor Dennis?
So are you saying that if some of this content isn't agreeable to some or all of the councillors, as long as we agree to 5 or 6 of the points, then that becomes a speed management plan which will allow Blueberry Corners to progress, but will also allow you to come to us at further infrastructure meetings to gain further changes in different speed limits.
Yes, so the option 2 that was to adopt the plan with amendments would be the removal or addition of some of the sites that are currently in there. So if only Blueberry Curves was the only one to be adopted, then it would be a very short speed management plan.
That's option 2.
You could do Blueberry Curves and the other high-risk roads. It's sort of like a pick and mix in terms of we've reduced it down to what we see from our engineering judgment as the high priority roads that coincide with the current government direction and the feedback that we've received from the public. My job as the council is then to decide do you accept that in its entirety, or are there further amendments that are to be made, or the option of do not approve the speed management plan until a later date.
And so at the moment with the new government, they have removed the deadline. So there's no deadlines to this. So there isn't like we're going to be going over a deadline and therefore we're stuck with the old one, or we have to have this new one done today for us to be able to do anything. With the, what is my clarification? Anyway, I just wanted to confirm that about the deadlines, and that we still have some time and to consider this decision so that we can be clear on the roads that are in there, because we've received the report and that, so yeah, can it be delayed, not for a long time, but in a manner in which we're able to know specifically which roads to support?
Yes, so there is no deadlines now. And another point that to add to your comment about changing it at later dates, the current plan does allow for a review of the speed management plan every 3 years. It coincides with the LTP period. But yeah, there would be an option to delay today and review at a later date. You could potentially look at additional review periods, if it was adopted today before the next 3-year period is up. But just depending on the extent of the changes. Again, if we think back to when we had the bylaw process in place, that was reviewed every 5 or 10 years. It was quite a length of time. You could do changes in between that, but it is quite a process to do those changes. So just trying to balance making the changes in a timely manner, but also not creating a lot of additional work, which has costs and impacts.
And so just supplementary, so that's we get sort of locked into a time frame of review once we've adopted the plan. That's right. Is that right?
The plan as it's currently set out, one of the amendments at the moment, because it's a changing environment, could be to review annually. There is options. The second option is to potentially make amendments to the plan. Once it's approved and set in place for 3 years, there's no legislation that would stop you reviewing for that 3 years if there was a justified reason to review it before that 3-year period is up.
Could you make changes? Say, for example, we had a person like Kataraina this morning from a different road, when we had the ability to make a change.
The only thing is if it varies significantly from the consultation that's already been undertaken. So when new requests come in, through the normal, if we kept to the normal 3-year period, requests would come in, we would take note of those, we'd look at, sort of what the justification for that is, whether we need to do any further consultation on that. So we could still make changes, but we'd just have to be careful around how it fits with the consultation that's been carried out and whether we'd then need to do more consultation. And again, if you're going to do more consultation, that's one of the reasons for kind of packaging it up and doing a review every 3 years, so you can do a widespread consultation on a number of different proposed changes.
Thank you.
Councillor James. You may have already answered this. I'm starting to get a bit confused. If there is something passed today, that's not we're not giving you the ability to be able to just go and implement changes without having to come back through council, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So if there were, so we have to stick by what is in the speed management plan. If we review or amend it, we need to go through a consultation process with the public, and then also come back through the council to amend or adopt the alteration. So you won't ever get sideswiped by unexpected changes.
But approving a plan today, you are approving what the changes you want in it.
Yeah, I realise that. That's why I said if we approve something.
Yeah. So if you approve something today that you all agree on, that enables the team to go out and deliver those as per the plan.
But if we don't approve, like say we've just approved Blueberry Corner, we don't approve anything else, it gives them the ability to do Blueberry Corner.
That's your plan.
And then, and then any future plan must come back before us. I mean, I just don't want to get caught where I'm driving around and suddenly, what the hell, did this drop here?
You would, so if the speed management plan only included Blueberry curves, that would be the only change that would happen until the review of that speed management plan happened and any further changes were made. So to make changes to a speed management plan, we'll have to come back through council for adoption. So if you approve it in its current entirety, those would be the changes that would be made. Anything outside of that would have to come through a review and approval process. If the decision was to go with option 2, adopt the speed management plan as it currently is with some amendments, if we could agree to what those amendments are today, then we can capture that and deliver that. Anything outside of that would be a separate process. If we can't agree to what those amendments are, then it could be that we come back to we might have a workshop or a subsequent meeting where we work through those particular amendments if time is not available to confirm those amendments today.
Councillor Tanzos. Thank you.
Thank you. It kind of follows on from that. That was helpful clarification. And I suppose it might be a question to you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering about the process for working through, because when I look at the list of things here, actually I support most of them that I know about. There's a few here which I'd be very interested to hear from other councillors, such as Councillor Nongiaho, about the specifics of around Waiho and places like that. But I think it'd be good to have some way of working through, because most of them seem pretty sensible to me. Actually, I can see really good reasons why you've got quite limited restrictions in specific areas for quite specific reasons.
So in answer to your question, my thinking is that we would take them individually. I mean, we need to accept the report, because then that sends a message that we've actually considered the report. It's important. Whether we accept the rest is over you guys, really.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to either go for one of the options because isn't it my understanding that if we don't, we're stuck in the system where we have to pass the ball every time we want to make a change. We actually want to get into this situation where we can establish a speed management plan, however little or much we do, so we can get into that process.
Clarification on that, even the bylaw process is no longer available because the legislation's been changed. So without a speed management plan, we cannot change any speed limits. We need a speed management plan to change.
Just one sentence.
Or there's a recommendation put from the floor different to those that would cover what we've talked about in terms of Blueberry Corner and so forth, perhaps. I think we'll keep an open mind on that. So let's go through. So are we clear with clarification? So if we go to the recommendations, which are on page 21 of the agenda, and we'll take them individually. So recommendation 1 is that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee receives the District Speed Management Plan Adoption Report. We have a mover and a seconder. Councillor James, Councillor Tanzos. Any debate on that? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Okay. carried. Right. The second recommendation is that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee recommends option 1 to the Whakatane District Council, which is to adopt the Whakatane Speed Management Plan. Have a mover? A seconder? Move. Councillor Tantos. Second, Councillor Riles. Debate. Councillor Dukes.
Yeah, I'll be voting against that option, and once these motions have been put, I will put an amendment if they don't pass. I don't believe that a lot of these 30Ks in a lot of the areas are needed to be 30 kilometres, so yep, I'll be voting against that option 1.
Councillor James.
Yeah, likewise, I'm voting against it. Some of them actually bewilder me, to say the least, but sorry guys, it's after time and effort you've put into it, but yeah, no, I can't support it at all. Thanks.
Councillor Tantos.
Thank you, and I mean I'm quite happy for us to go through and look at which of these we would support and which ones we wouldn't. I'm not sure what Councillor Dukes mean. There's, as far as I can tell, there's only 2 30km/h zones being suggested. One of them's at West End, which is a highly congested area where there's kids running around coming off the beach.
I'm probably more going to the map. When you look at the actual maps in the actual speed management plan itself, Councillor Tantos, there's a whole lot of streets.
Maybe this is a clarification because I'm looking at this table and I'd understood that there were no blanket speed limit reductions. It's just I understood we were just looking at what's in this table, right?
Page table. So there's 3. Break it down into 3 areas. There's a table around high-risk roads. There's a table around amendments where the speed limits don't quite match their environment anymore, which is the shore roads, etc. And then there is the schools and town centres. So there are a number of 30km limits proposed around the schools and town centres, but that's largely isolated to within 100 metres of those areas.
Thank you. So,
if I can provide one extra clarification around the schools and town centres, because of the way our urban schools are laid out, a lot of them are very close to our town centres. And when we're designating speed limits to schools, it's not just the school gate frontage that we need to consider. We need to consider the routes that most children are using to walk to and from or cycle to and from schools. So when you look at that area and then you look at the town centre as usually either within that or very close, especially like for example St Joseph's and King Street, and you know in College Road, Edgecombe Primary and High School. So when we start to look at that, the boundaries between the schools and the town centres start to become very close, and a lot of those town centres are already 30k speed environments. You know, you think about the Strand, it's already got a lot of slow speed, so it's just around sort of designating those slow speed environments and just, you know, getting clear messaging around these are areas where there's a high presence of pedestrians and cyclists and a lot of road users. It's not a thoroughfare where moving through the area is the priority, it's the associated land use that's the priority. So that's the reason why a lot of those schools and town centres are joined. But it's not, when I say there's no blanket speed limits, it's no all urban 30k or all rural 80k. All of that is not part of the plan.
thank you for that clarification. So just to finish my thing, if I may, just to say that, I mean, so looking at the table and looking at the, so I support the changes to high-risk areas. I support the places where the zone no longer matches the use, like I said, like West End, for example, which is lots of kids running around, coming off the beach. You don't want people going 50 through there. 30 seems sensible. So I support those kinds of changes. And then around schools and such, I would support that as well. I'd be happy for us to go through and go which of the particular things we don't support, but I think it would be unfortunate for us as a committee to kind of blanket reject those, because I think most of them are really essential.
Councillor Boyden.
Kia ora. I just, Because in looking at the different tables, we had the feedback from the community and also the feedback from us as councillors when we had our workshops and that throughout the year last year. And, you know, you gave us the maps that had the clear, you know, lines and that. And from my memory, we were highly concerned about all the different 30k speed areas where our constituents had said, you know, they don't want that. Yet looking at the table, and I know that, you know, streets connect up to schools and stuff like that, it's very difficult not to see which street hasn't still got the 30 on it. And so for me, it makes it difficult for me to sort of champion that, because we have listened to our whānau, our constituents, and also we have expressed our view. So having this proposal come back in, sort of feel like, if we don't do this plan now, then that road's not going to get done. And, you know, we push this through and we end up with a situation where we are going to be having to use your explanations when whānau are saying to us, I thought you weren't going to lower those speeds down, we told you not to, and we're having to say, oh sorry, but your Bourne Street connects up to a school somewhere, you know. So my concern is that we're not being given that ability to be very clear on those streets.
Can I provide some clarification? So there is a council report attached to the draft speed management plan. So in the council report we've summarised information from the speed management plan, but we haven't included all of it, otherwise we'd be duplicating it. So for clarification, the maps of each individual street that show which streets are changing, which streets are remaining, if you look at pages 65, so it's appendix 1 of the plan, which is from page 65 onwards, that shows all the individual maps. And then I'll just quickly scroll down. There's a table following that, which is page, the table must have been before that.
So it's 30.
So the table is appendix 1, which is page 62, and there's a mistake on the appendices. Page 65 is appendix 2, which is the maps. So if you look at those pages in the plan, which is attached to the council report, that has all the individual speeds, and the table describes the road, the proposed speed limit, its location to and from, and what category it kind of fits into, whether it's a highest roads or a town centre. So that table shows which roads are included, and then the maps show all the roads, so you can see where they've changed.
Does it include the ones that people did not want?
So the stuff people didn't want has been taken into consideration. So that's why there are no blanket urban speed limits. There's no blanket rural speed limits. So that feedback from the community has been taken into consideration in amending this speed management plan. So the ones that are included are where there's speed limits associated with schools, which was supported by a lot of the public, not all of it. There's always going to be differing views within the public, but there was a general support for schools. And then it includes ones that were, specifically requested, where there's an inconsistency or, community support for the speed limit or the high risk areas. So not every person is going to be happy with every piece of the speed management plan, but it has taken the breadth of public feedback that we've provided and made amendments to the initial draft speed management plan that we went out to consultation with last year, and been adopted to address as much of that feedback as we can balance.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dennis?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I will not be supporting option 1, and I believe it's better that we put in what we want. You might find that a bit strange, but there are certain things in here which I find really interesting. Is on page 72 in the speed infrastructure appendix 3, it talks about the Hurakawa Hopi Road to Marae Totara, and it talks about the Dunes boardwalk. Now, I know that we got raised a while ago about having a June's a boardwalk as part of the vibrancy of a Hopi and things like that, and we turned that down. And I just find it really strange now that it's popped up again under a speed management plan. And I really don't see that. If there's an issue walking past the school, then surely we reduce that speed to 30 k's past the school. And so I'm not going to go for option one because I'll be including things like that. It's got a fixed camera, speed camera in Ottawa Street on page 78, and we've already got speeds hump in Ottawa Street, which has reduced the speed incredibly. But the people have always desperately said that they desperately want a speed camera in Pakeha Street. The other one I find really interesting is that the majority of Maratara has been reduced to a blanket 30 k's, and yet no other town in our district has got a blanket 30 k's. And you could say it's close proximity to a school, but nowhere in St John Street, Heel Street or Nesbitt Street is there a school, or Division Street. So I don't want to blanketly say, yes, I agree with everything in here, and therefore that's why I'll go with option 2. Thank you.
Councillor Ryan?
On the same, can you explain what this off-road cycle path June's boardwalk?
So that's a project that's been requested through the public consultation, and so it's been included in there as one of the infrastructure projects that would occur, except there's a description around that it would still be funded through the LTP process. So these speed and infrastructure items that are included are part of the projects that make up all of our improvement projects database that we've been through our prioritisation process with you guys in terms of how, with the council, around how those projects are prioritised and then when and how they're funded. So we've got a list a mile long of various improvement projects. It's still good to have those items captured so that we've got a full understanding of what the improvement aspirations are from our community. But a lot of those things are sort of in that nice to have category, and they're not currently in LTP budget. So they're not, just because they're in this plan, there isn't at this stage a time frame around when those things are happening, but it's still capturing the fact that there is a request for that type of infrastructure to help manage the speeds in those areas.
Point of order, Mr Chair. We're in debate, so we shouldn't, really no disrespect to staff, but we shouldn't be having staff as part of the debate.
But it was a point of clarification, I suppose.
It should have happened earlier on.
Just be careful with that then.
Okay, my apologies.
No, that's right. I'll keep my mouth shut. Sorry.
I did ask for clarification, so my apologies.
Okay, Councillor Jones, do you want to write a reply?
No, that's okay. I think it's been an interesting conversation. I understand the points that have been made, and I suppose I'm just interested in if the motion failed, then how we intend to proceed.
Well, let's get through them, and then there's a plan, I guess. So I'll put the second recommendation that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee recommends option 1 to the Whakatane District Council, which is to adopt the Whakatane Speed Management Plan. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? The recommendation is lost. So the next recommendation is that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee notes that the Speed Management Plan does not incorporate blanket changes to speed limits in rural or urban areas. Do I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Tansos. Councillor Dennis, seconds. Debate. No debate. I'll put the motion. All those in favour of recommendation 3, I'll read it again, that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee notes that the speed management plan does not incorporate blanket changes to speed limits in rural or urban areas. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Yeah, sorry, hand again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Against?
Just noting that it doesn't have a blanket thing.
Confusion.
It does, don't want anyone.
Councillor Raymond, no.
Option 2. What are we doing option 2, sorry?
We're doing option 3? We're doing recommendation 3, sorry.
I would suggest if recommendation 2 has failed, then the remaining two recommendations are no longer relevant.
But we probably should vote.
So where does that leave us?
I'm going to put forward another.
Without a speed management.
Well, let's just, so,
Deal with this.
so,
It's just a clear show of hands for recommendation 3.
well, we've done option 2's failed, so,
Option 1's failed.
sorry, your recommendation 2 has failed. So the thinking is that recommendation 3 and 4 no longer apply.
But it's only noting, just making note. It's not a decision, is it?
We need to look at
It's just that it's making note to us. It's not asking for a decision, is it?
Well, sure.
That's the point.
The law has changed anyway to say that there is no blanket ban, so why do we have to confirm it in a motion here?
It was confirmed because that was a key concern raised through the previous engagement and feedback that we received, that there was concern around blanket speeds and speed limits. So just noting that.
Yeah. What am I speaking? Sorry. Can I suggest a way forward? Because I think you're quite right that recommendations 3 and 4 lapse because we don't have a speed management plan, so they're irrelevant. However, we're aware that at least one councillor wants to move a recommendation to adopt a speed management plan that's different from option 1. So, to me, the best thing would be to allow her to do that, and then option 3 and recommendations 3 and 4 may then come back into play, and we can deal with them then.
With the revised recommendation. Okay. So we're all clear on that. We're going to, because the recommendation 2 failed, that recommendations 3 and 4 no longer apply.
Well, we'll just
under current
under the current.
The other option.
You still two other options. Sorry, Mr. Chair, point of order. I think what we're planning to do is recommendation 2, option 1 has failed. We're now going to put in another recommendation to replace for a different option, and then once that's been voted on, then 3 and 4 will probably come back into play. So we will do another recommendation 2.
Option 2.
First.
Option 2.
Which is?
Well, it's not option 2, Councillor.
It's option 2 as a recommendation. The Chairman has said it's option 2 in here.
So let's be clear on this. We'll replace recommendation 2 with a recommendation that Councillor Dukes would like to put forward, and we can vote on that, and then it may well be that the recommendations 3 and 4 will come into play. So are we okay with that? So,
Chairman, on page 24 it actually names option 2. Adopt the speed management plan as attached in appendix 1 with amendments to table 1 or 2.
These 2 more are the options.
So what I'm about to put is, sorry Mr. Chair, can I, is it all mine? Thank you. Given that what staff have said, I am under the impression that we do need to adopt a speed management plan to do something. So what my recommendation is very limited. Option 2, so
It's that the IPC committee recommends option 2 to the WDC with the recommendation to lower speed limits around schools and maraes on local roads in our district to 30 kilometres an hour, and the remaining speeds in the district to remain as they are and come back to council on a case-by-case basis for other changes. Not sure how to add to include the Blueberry Curbs previous report in that recommendation. So what I'm saying in that is that doesn't preclude Councillor Dennis, Councillor Rangioho's and even Councillor Tanchos's other suggestions that they want. It's that could be in a briefing or something for us to come back to a consensus, and another report could come just with those specific areas rather than we sit and debate it for hours. Today I'm just saying let's approve option 2 so we have a plan, but it's a very limited plan. It's only going to have Blueberry Curves, schools and maraes at this stage.
So can we...
Does that make sense to you?
No. Can you read it again?
And that the IPC committee recommends option 2 to the Whakatane District Council to lower the speed limits around schools and maraes on the local roads in our district to 30 kilometres an hour, and the remaining speeds in the district to remain as they are, and to come back to council on a case-by-case basis for any other changes. And that is to include the Blueberry Curves, but I'm not sure how to word.
Well, you could put that at, and to include Blueberry Curves. What have we got that as Blueberry Curves?
And other nominated roads.
Yeah, that way I'm not precluding what you're wanting to bring back. So no, we're not. Sorry.
Can I just ask in that amendment, are you saying 30 k's
only around schools?
Carte blanche?
No, only.
Or only during school hours or marae when there's an activity at a marae?
I'd ask staff guidance on what do we normally do for that around schools. Do they have a time limit or do they just have a blanket?
Okay. No, I'm supporting what you're saying, is that currently in our report we have 3 options. So we've got option 1, but when you say option 2, are you saying adopt the speed limit plan as...
With the amendment, so it's a
Oh, okay, so it was this one you were talking
about. It is option 2,
about,
with the amendment of we're taking out everything.
I'm on board.
Except schools and maraes. And I'm trying to leave in the option so that we can come back to address the other areas on a case-by-case basis. What I'm trying to do is take out the map of Mitata, Whakatane and all those massively blanketed areas at 30 kilometres. I just want it at around the schools and marae at this stage, and then we can consider at a later date if we want to include West End or we want to include
Why can't we just go around the table and ask various people, I want to include this, this and this, and we could have the schools, Blueberry Corners, and I've got a road in Titeko that needs to be put in desperately, someone else might, and we can just get a list of 6 roads we put in now without blanketly just wiping some of these dangerous ones.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair, is the reason that I feel that it would be better to have supporting documentation from staff for us to be able to consider those areas. Like, you know your area, Councillor Rangioho knows her area, I don't necessarily know your areas as well. So yes, I know, but the logic behind that particular decision. So if it was put in a report, it would make more sense for us to be able to approve it than something that was suggested. I don't know whether or not that makes sense or not.
So before we get too carried away, we've got an amendment or recommendation being moved. We don't have a second of it. Somebody going to second it?
Yeah.
So thank you, Councillor O'Brien. So we've moved and seconded. So, Councillor Dennis, I just wonder whether Councillor Dukes is on the right track there, where we talk about what we're talking about without getting into specifics right now, because we can get into specifics later. Can we?
Yeah.
In terms of adding roads or not, or whatever.
So yes, through the chair, what we do need to be clear in, we have to clearly define what the speed limits are within the plan. So if we're still to include, so Blueberry Curves is simple because we've defined that a start and end position in the speed limit. But for the schools, just saying schools, like, is it all the schools as they're currently put in? Because that was some of the concerned points that were raised earlier. So I'm almost wondering, the speed limits that are currently proposed in the plan aren't to be implemented until 2025 because it takes time to get there. Are we better off, just throwing it out there, having a workshop to go through? So what we've got left is a much shorter list than what we originally had in the plan. Should we go through each one individually through a workshop and say whether it's a yes or a no or a change? Kind of like what we did with Blueberry this morning, but in a more confined place. And we can do that potentially in preparation before the next infrastructure and planning meeting.
So Councillor Dennis.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a good idea you've said, but I disagree with that, because if we're just going to prove everything to do with the school zones, then I think you'll find that the most of Matata being 30 k's, of course, they consider that to be within the school zone, and it's not. And I think it's very dangerous now to vote that. We should move that we go with option 2, which would include Blueberry Corner, and then that would get us through the thing of having a speed management plan. I personally would like to add the bit at Te Teko Road, but this may not. But as long as we do Blueberry Corner, then we go from there, because I think in times gone past, the school zone is only 300 metres either side of the school, but for some reason we seem to incorporate it half of Matata and half of other streets, and I think that's dangerous to just blanketly agree to those. So I agree with option 2 with Blueberry Corner, but if you're going to go line by line, we need to go line by line through the rest of it. Thank you.
So I think if we take what Elise has brought forward, that is the opportunity for us to make amendments to what you're talking about now, I think, in a more settled space, I suppose, for want of a better word, where we can think it through. And I think I quite like the recommendation, as long as we've got Blueberry Corner in that mix. Right now, that means that we've got the plan and the with amendments to tables 1 and 2, which I haven't got in front of me, but imagine cover pretty much all of it. But Councillor Tanzos.
Thank you. First of all, we're not actually making a decision here. We're making a recommendation to council, because it's council that's got to adopt the plan. So I'm wondering if a small change to the a small change that I would suggest is that we recommend to the Whakatane District Council to adopt the speed management plan, or basically to adopt option 2. But we do need to go through, I think, line by line. So subject to amendments to be determined at a workshop.
But including, we need to include Blueberry Curves.
Sure, yeah. But I suppose what I'm saying is the decision doesn't actually get made till it goes to council. So between here, us approving the idea of an amended speed management plan, we can have a workshop in the meantime, and then council, the paper that council deals with is actually the full thing that we've already been through and decided collectively that this is the way we want to go forward.
Mr Chair, if the seconder, Councillor O'Brien, agrees, I'm happy to amend that, if that is per standing orders, to just say that the IPC recommends option 2 to the WDC, with the recommendation to I don't know, how do you want to word it with the blueberry curve?
Well, I think you put that at end, talk about option two.
I'm happy to take out the school, about the schools, for that to come back as a workshop. I'm just happy to say, option 2, we're recommending to council, option 2, and...
Including Blueberry.
Incorporating the changes already made, agreed to for Blueberry Corner and for staff to come back with it.
And so we have a management plan, but all it is so far is blueberry curves.
But can we say further changes to be agreed?
Exactly, with further changes to be agreed. Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say.
In a workshop.
No, because it's got to come back to a meeting to be in any. We would workshop it, but it still has to come back to a meeting. So, good luck, staff.
Good luck, Alex.
Okay. Is that gonna work for you guys?
Yes, that works.
So can we? Did you get that out?
No, sorry, you.
Oh, okay. So that was the first part. That was that the IPC recommends option 2 to the Whakatane District Council.
Including Blueberry.
Well, it's not really including it. It's only, we're only approving blueberry curves at this stage, aren't we? So
you're not approving it. You're including it in the recommendation.
Yeah.
So it will go into one of the tables. So you're including, signalling now you want blueberry curves into the tables.
Yes.
But but option 2 includes amendments to the tables, and that will be that will be resolved through workshop.
So I think our recommendation is that we go with option 2.
Yes, but the only thing we want in option 2 is blueberry curves. We don't want anything else in at this stage.
Go with option 2 with the inclusion of blueberry curves.
Yes. And any other inclusions will come back to council at a later date.
Or and further amendments to be agreed, because then we just do.
Yes.
So recommendation is that the IPC committee recommend to council that we go with option 2.
Yeah.
Including blueberry curves.
Only including
blueberry curves and any further amendments as agreed.
To be agreed. It would be to come back.
Councillor Boyne?
Changing mind.
I'm just wondering, because if we're agreeing to the option 2, are we agreeing to what is in here at the moment and then with any other amendments, or are we agreeing to option 2 pending any further amendments?
So
we're not saying that it's up now, as that's it, and then we have some amendments later, or pending what we amend.
My intention is that we're approving option 2 with only blueberry curves approved at this time.
Okay.
Any other areas has to come back at a later.
To be agreed.
We'll come back to council. We'll come back to this committee. That's what I'm intending. I don't know quite how the wording should be, but that's what I'm intending. And if the 2 is the seconder is happy with that, that gives us the option to talk about the schools again and what zone is.
And then we can look at street changes of the speeds.
But so that means that there's no 30 kilometres anywhere at this time.
And bearing in mind, nothing gets adopted until council's approved it anyway, so there's always a backstop.
So just before I ask Councillor James, what we want to make sure is we go with something that is going to be acceptable to council rather than something that's that's right, really. So Councillor James.
If we're going with option 2 and that, should we actually have the words as attached in Appendix 1 as part of the motion? It shouldn't be there, because it's throwing everything in.
I haven't mentioned appendix.
No. So what we recommend, the recommendation is that we recommend to council that we adopt option 2 of the speed management plan, including blueberry curves.
Only including blueberry.
Only including blueberry curves and amendments to be agreed
future committee.
come back, to come back. Further amendments to come back.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
Alex is busy typing. So I'll read it once again so we're absolutely clear. Tell me if I've got it wrong. That the Infrastructure and Planning Committee recommends option 2 to the Whakatane District Council of the Speed Management Plan, only including Blueberry Curves, and any further amendments to be agreed by the committee.
Yes. Well done, Alex.
Perfect.
Well done.
So that's the motion.
Is the seconder,
So
is the
we
seconder
have-
happy?
We have a mover and the seconders have agreed to the motion as it's been read out. So I'll now put it. So all those in favour, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, Vicky.
Sorry, staff.
We've got it through.
We'll still get a few more through.
Okay, so you guys are still in the frame. We're at item 6.8, Council submission to Government Policy Statement for Transport 2024.
H. H.
147.
Sorry, pages 147 to 156.
So
Floor's yours.
56, did you say?
47.
147 to 156.
Oh, to what I read one.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to take this report as read, just with the comment that due to the timeframes on the GPS submission that we weren't able to get in front of a committee for a formal approval, and so therefore we have looking for approval in retrospect to the submission. It's all fairly in line with what we've discussed through LTP and our asset management plan discussions, with a few more technical aspects within there as well. So I'm happy to take any further clarification.
So, for clarification, people? I just had one question. Joe, Victor is asking to reconsider removing RUC.
What is that?
And then in our submission, we're supporting the. See, have I got that right, or am I talking through a hole in my head?
It does appear that I've only seen the Mayor's comments since we've released the committee report. The RUCs, we're supporting RUCs basically as a funding mechanism to be able to fund our roads and continue doing what we do. How they're implemented is I guess less important to staff, as long as we have that security of supply around funding.
If I can add to that, because I've had some discussions with Mayor Luca about this. So he supports the RUC as a process for obtaining funding into the National Land Transport Fund, as opposed to the current mechanism, which is through fuel exercise duty, with cars becoming more fuel efficient and a lot of EVs or hybrids on the vehicle fleet. Those types of cars don't have a way of contributing as equitably towards that National Land Transport Fund, whereas the RUC process takes it on a basis of weight versus kilometres travelled, which has a direct correlation to use of the road asset and maintenance and renewal. Mayor Luca has also mentioned that EVs have an added bonus for environmental aspects in terms of emissions reductions. So there's an opportunity to potentially look at offsetting that benefit through some sort of EV rebate. So they would still have a RUC, but then they'd have like an EV rebate as well. And so I believe he has made some separate submissions on that basis. So still supportive of the RUC as a process in lieu of the current fuel exercise duty tax, but then a different process around EVs and quantifying their benefit to emissions reduction.
Because they've taken the rebate off, haven't they?
The clean car rebate has currently been removed.
Last week.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other points of clarification?
Are we're supporting the letter that
They've already sent.
the submission you're writing, not the mayor's letter?
It's
gone.
They're one of the same. So the mayor's letter is a covering letter to the submission that was provided. So they've been provided together as a submission.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no further points of clarification, we have the recommendations on page 147. And I propose that we take them together, and they are that the council submission to government policy statement for transport 2024 report be received, and that the infrastructure and planning committee retrospectively approve the council submission to the government policy statement for transport 2024 as attached in appendix 2. So do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor James and Councillor Isles. So any debate? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
So now, that's our last item. Yeah, so our last item is Blue Waters Asset Management Plan. Is that you, Glenn? Thank you.
So just as a brief introduction to this paper, you'll recall the need to bring Three Waters back into the long-term plan. We had previously worked on developing an asset management plan at an entity level, so that's what created our needs-based program of works. When the legislation changed and we had to bring Three Waters back into the LTP, we focused on the documents that were legislatively required for the consultation process, which was the infrastructure strategy and getting Three Waters projects and operational budgets into the long-term plan. Once those were ticked off, we focused on let's write the asset management plan, which is also an underpinning document, but not one that you need for the consultation process. So it was about trying to prioritise the best use of time of staff to complete those documents. This is the asset management plan, which aligns with the infrastructure strategy and also what information's been captured in the long-term plan, and will be supplemented through to auditors as part of the overall audit of the long-term plan process.
So we're page 157 to 244 of the agenda. So, floor's yours, Glenn. Thank you.
Afternoon again, and I am expecting Michael Van Tilburg, who's the team lead asset management and planning, will join us as well if I present this paper. So, yeah, essentially the asset management plan is there to support the strategic infrastructure strategy. The asset management plan gets into the detail of asset condition, to then build the story upon that to what we're planning on doing of the 30-year horizon. The key difference this time around, led by where the entity was going, is that we have in the past had separate activity or asset management plans, one for water, one for wastewater, one for stormwater. The reason I've got one this time around is simply because there's a lot of interlink, a lot of overlap around assumptions. It's actually easier to manage, easier to work, more gains. So I will take the paper as read and introduce you to Michael, who I think you will all know. So Michael's the team lead asset management and planning. And Bevan said, this really does get the sort of underlying detailed principle technical information. It's not necessarily a auditable document in itself. There's no legislative requirement to have an asset management plan, but you need to demonstrate good asset management planning. So that is what this document provides.
Welcome, Michael.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies, Mr. Chair.
Do you want to add anything before we get into the questions?
No, I've caught the tail end of that. That all makes sense. Yep.
Okay, so points of question or clarification?
Thanks, God, I'm not going to ask a question, but I just think it's been great work. So thanks. You know, you've put in a lot of time and effort, and it's been a moving target. Out it's in. So yeah, well done. I think it's a great report. Great report. Thanks.
Just add to that comment.
Yeah.
So we're, if I may, we're working with some other councils. Is that where you are with all of this stuff?
So the foundation of this was based on the water reform and us being part of a greater entity. And as part of that, there was well over 200 asset management plans for waters across the country, and they scaled it down to the 3 major ones, which were 3 originally, and now they've put it into the one document. So yes, the basis of it is the same style as a lot of the countries looking at adopting, instead of having individual asset management plans which repeat a lot of the information, to have a common one. So that's where the basis of this framework came from, along with best practices, the IIMM, which is Infrastructure Management Manual for Assets. And yeah, so we're all in line with what's happening across the country.
How are we going with our resource consent expires? There's a lot coming up, and I can see you shaking your head almost. Is that going to be our Achilles heel?
So you through the preparation of the long-term plan, you approved some dedicated resource to allocate toward progressing consent renewal works. That, of course, the budget for that starts from 1 July, but we are thinking about structure, recruitment, what are the types of roles that we need to fill those gaps and be most effective in terms of delivering that program of works.
And you're going to Napier to have a look?
That's as part of a different kaupapa. But yeah, we've spent a number of visits around country. Glenn's just come back from Water New Zealand conference, and then we're actually visiting a Hawke's Bay, Hastings, Waiaroha water treatment plant, and also a wastewater treatment plant as well, just to look at what's around, what's available, what sort of land-based treatment options are available, and yeah, lots of research, lots of investigation, and probably lots of field trips will be required over the next few years.
Glenn, we had a discussion recently about combining consents. Did that talk to Waipara about that, or did we? Does that go anywhere or make any?
Apologies, I don't have an update on that question you raised. So it's just reminded me I never asked that question around whether or not they were combining wastewater consents like you would for a stormwater consent. I don't think so. We have had conversations with Waipara around their structure. They weren't too dissimilar to where we were at with having treatment plants not that geographically separated and seeing whether they could join and operate them as one. So our example here is Edgecombe and Whakatane, so we know we've got real big issues in Edgecombe. Fonterra Industrial Stream is also part of that, another approach council. So we are looking at size and scale so that we can deliver the program most efficiently. So the update on that specific one is that we have formed a working group with representation of council, Fonterra and 3 iwi, and we have our first working group meeting the other week, And the purpose of that is to establish a program plan of what we need to advance and by when, and what decisions we need to make, and how we're gonna make those decisions. So there's some obvious timelines that Fonterra need, because they've got a commitment in 2026 to build a large wastewater treatment plant. Likewise, we have a need to deal with Edgecombe and Whakatane, and our approach is that we can't look at those individually, and we can't look at it individually from spatial plan either. So it becomes quite a complex arrangement. So that's why we're trying to set out a bit of a strategic view with a point that we can either go on that path or this path. And when I say that path, that will be Fonterra, you're going to do it yourself because it's too hard to work together in essentially public, private, industrial, municipal. Whatever happens there, we are going to have to advance our own work. So that's one part of it. The other part is Pūtara and Tāne Atua. So we essentially have the three programs we're trying to set up now and provide some structure around and look at the internal, external. So that's really where the thinking is on the way forward. So there's certainly no desire at all and no direction at all from council to slow that down. There's simply the recognition that we don't have the funding at the moment to fund a $200 million wastewater treatment plant program.
Thank you. Any other point? Councillor O'Brien?
Just on page 205 of this overview of discharge permits, including purposes and locations. Down the bottom of the table, second, occupy space in a common marine and coastal area for a discharge structure. When we negotiate the magnets, how do we envisage dealing with the likes of different iwi that may have a problem with those structures in the future?
I'll respond here to the extent that I understand the MAC and the involvement I've had to date. So a lot of the MACA principle is on a uninterrupted or substantially uninterrupted use of that coastal marine. So where there has been a coastal outlaw and an occupation of coastal marine space, you can't demonstrate that that space has been uninterrupted over the span that the MAC is giving consideration for. So the fact that there's an existing structure actually limits the ability of MACA to have customary marine title over that space because it has been substantially interrupted previously. So that's my understanding to the extent of MACA, but I'm not sure when it comes to a reconsenting whether that same approach is directly translated over on my kind of.
And secondly, just supplementary page 208, we've got consent has an expiry date of 2014. That's the third one. On the table to authorise the discharge of sediment contaminated stormwater. Is this still compliant, or where do we stand with that?
So the stormwater consents, so we have lodged a consent for Whakatane for comprehensive stormwater discharge. So that will bundle up all existing discharges into one consent. So rather than having 10 individual consents to cover 10 individual pipe discharges, we have lodged a consent a long time ago, before 2014, actually, to enable us to continue to operate that, with the view that we will have one consent for Whakatane stormwater. So we manage it as a catchment, we don't have individual pipes, there's a limit and needs to treat and monitor. That currently is with the Regional Council for assessment, and there's been a bit of back and forward to questions and clarifications and technical, not yet granted, we're working through it. So that's on section 1 to 4 for that.
So we're still compliant while it's being negotiated?
Correct.
Cool. Thank you.
Tedros.
Thank you. Thank you. And huge piece of work, so thanks. In terms of the physical state of our three water assets, where are our biggest risks?
Our biggest risks, I see them mainly in our wastewater assets, the underground ones. So in particular, our systems were developed at a set date, like towns grew at one date, the whole infrastructure. So our biggest risk from our point of view is Whakatane, the lower lying areas that are in water table. So that's one of our biggest risks is our wastewater underground. They're unknown underground. We're lucky that we have CCTV crew and we've got a really lot more knowledge about our assets and we're programming them appropriately. So that's where our biggest risk is, I believe. And then also receiving or applying for the new resource consents to manage those.
Yeah.
The next other big risk in the scheme of it is our wastewater Edgecombe, mainly because of the high water table and what's happened back in 87 with the earthquakes and the town's shifted a whole bit. We've cleaned it, done the best we can, but everywhere's just low lying and it's very challenging in that regards. And then the third one is we were lucky enough over the last 5 years to pretty much get rid of all our old galv pipes, which is all our water. We got rid of about 7 kilometres, which is quite a great effort in such a recent short period. And then now we're moving on to the next ones, which are some of the old cast irons. So pressure management's been on the cards for many years. So I've seen there's a new bit of kit near the roundabout, which is a new pressure reduction zone. We're looking at another one down near Landing Road, coming in down near the Gorston Road roundabout there at Rex Morpet. That's our end game, is to get that pressure management. That not only assists council, but a lot of properties have ageing pipes within the houses. So, so they're the three largest ones I can see before us.
So is the pressure management, is that so we can keep not allow the pressure to go too high so we don't blow up hot water cylinders and things like that?
So yeah, nearly every water utility has a range between 30 and 90, which is 30 metres, 90 metres, or 300 to 900. That's generally the range. We've got some massive tanks on the hill here sitting up above 850, and then you've got the sea level at Coastland, so you're right on the borderline. And then we've got Bridger which pumps into that system. They are isolated now, but we're hoping to interlink them. And it's not as simple as just tweaking the pressures, because a lot of our past buildings and that have been approved because they knew they had good pressure, so they didn't have to put in fire boosts and all of those. So we've worked with the community, we've done studies on all the major ones with the fire consultants to see where we can. And a good example is what we call the school zone, as part of Three Waters terminology, which is going off James Street and Awatapu Drive. We've got 2 pressure devices in there, and we've actually lowered the pressure there for the last 3 years now. Just tweaked it 5 or 10 metres, and that's really given us a lot of relief. We haven't seen many breaks at all in there at all. So that's the end game, is to have pressure management. It's not to say we don't have to look at our assets and renew them, and a lot of people do with their house assets because of the products and the age of those, but yeah, it just gives that a bit more life on our assets.
Before they continue, so thank you, that was really helpful to hear that. In terms of the money that's been allocated in the long-term plan, which we know is not sufficient to meet our needs, is that where those focuses are going to be? And I suppose what I'm trying to get a sense of is, does it still leave us in a place with high risk, given that we haven't managed to allocate all of the money that we know is really required?
It reduces the risk. We're always in a high risk, and part of the LTP we've actually also tried to secure a bit of a reactive budget. We've never had that. We're always chasing, if something breaks, we've had to put off the program to chase that break and fix it, like the Rising Main and Landing and across the bridge just recently. So then we've directed the money across from that instead of getting back onto the projects, put it back. So with the efforts of councils and if all goes well with LTP, that budget is quite good for us. There's still a bow wave on that, but we can then, what we're doing now is we're managing our assets through the criticality of the asset and the condition. We're getting better at those every day. And back in that water space, we've been lucky enough to put a lot of pressure transducers. So we actually get alerts when it drops. So we know a main break's broken before a customer at times. We can see it trending down. So we've got there's a lot of smart technology to assist us. So, but the LTP, although everyone wants more, I think with the way we've structured it, I think we're on a good step to maintaining it until the big bow wave, which might hit all of the assets from the 1950s.
Yeah.
Similar to a Wellington situation. We'll hit that in about 15 years, but with the money we've allocated, we'll be able to really knock that off quite well and not be as...
That's great, that's really helpful.
Yeah, and just to add to that point, so the unconstrained budget was an assumption that you would replace assets when they should be replaced. So if you look at what critical assets are and what are less critical, so what assets can you have a failure on and it doesn't have a big service impact, or it's not very expensive to repair. That is the point that Michael's making, is that that's the part that we're not funding.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's a risk, but you know, we can manage that because the criticality isn't as high.
Yes.
On the flip side, you think of large mechanical equipment with no backup, single point of failure, huge impact, very expensive to run and operate, repair. Example, the wastewater pump station, our biggest pump station in town, our oldest pump station in town, 7 metres deep, 3 pumps, very old pumps. So that's where we are putting that money in early, because we can't tolerate a risk of that failing. So it's simply just making sure we're smart on where that money goes first, recognising that there may be less critical assets that fail. But hey, look, it's just like a pothole on a road, right? You don't reseal a road before you don't get a single pothole if it's not critical.
Yeah.
If it's State Highway 1 and it's car motorway, you won't tolerate that. So it's just trying to apply some smarter asset management principles, because the bucket's not as big as we would love it to be.
It's really helpful to get our heads around. Thank you a lot.
So just while we're on risk, part of the risk for our network is from the valve to the house, which we can't control, I guess, and old galvanised pipes and stuff. So how do we deal with that? Because the water can be quite contaminated coming through those old pipes.
Yeah, I guess a couple of ways. There is one, education is the main one. So what we have recently heard are customers coming to us and saying, our plumbers are telling us that the pressure is far too high in town and it's caused my pipes to fail internally. And hey, look, yes, the pressure is higher than what the fittings would have been designed for when your house was built 40 years ago. Because 40, 50 years ago, the pressure standard for internal fittings was about 600 kPa. But just mentioned that our pressure in town is 900. So, and currently, if you were to build a house, it would be 1,250. So what we have said is, and we've talked to plumbers and households and said, yes, if the pressure is high, and Whakatane is one scheme that it is, your options are to have your inexpensive pressure reduction valve at your meter, or on your hot water cylinder, and reduce that pressure. And we have recently, within the last month, put some comments up on our website. If you go onto our website and look at water supply, we've got a graph that shows each scheme, what is your pressure, and what ideally is if you've got an old house, and what the new design standard would be, and options if you've got an old house and your scheme has high pressure. Your plumber, these are things that you can do. So that's us trying to help actually the plumbers who become the advisors of the homeowners on options, so there's not misinformation out there and they can actually get a good deal for the customers. Yeah, the galv things, yeah, that can be a problem, and I guess they take advice on plumbers, so we just try to recommend as much as we can.
There's probably two other things in relation to your risk. So there's the risk of contamination to our network, and which is the backflow prevention. So if there's a break in a property, it doesn't backflow into our network. And then the other thing around private owners investing and maintaining their pipes and networks is the metering. So if we're metering or charging, they'll know that there's a big leak. Because their rates have gone up. They can find the leak and then sort it out and then contact council and have a rebate.
So we give a rebate if that leaks. All right.
If it's
Proof that they've fixed it.
Yeah.
Thank you. If it's under driveways and things that you don't know for.
So you get your next bill.
Okay, so no more questions of clarification. We have the recommendations, which are on page 157.
Ready to move, Mr Chair?
I'll read them or.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was self-evident. But you're welcome to read them, of course. Sorry, Mr Chair.
I'll read them for the members of the
Sorry,
public.
Mr Chair.
So the recommendations are, and they've already been moved by Councillor Dukes, thank you, that the Three Waters Asset Management Plan report be received, and that the Infrastructure and Planning Committee approve the Three Waters Asset Management Plan and recommend that Council adopt it as underlying information to the LTP.
Yeah.
So have a second, Councillor Ringo. Is there any debate?
Let's do.
If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Now, before we go, I should have mentioned that Deputy Mayor Emick asked for leave for this afternoon, so would someone just like to move that we approve that? So Councillor Johnson and Councillor Dukes, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So,
Chair, I asked Councillor O'Brien to open with the karakia, so we'll be ready to ask him to.
So, Councillor O'Brien, if you'd like to close the meeting, karakia.
Nui tātou, kia taunga manaki tangata mangaro I rote tēnā te mamatu, kia maa e te wuraki. Toi te kupu, toi te mana, toi matikanga, ko ia te whakairihia, te whakawātia. Ui e.
So, thank you for those in the gathering for your patience today. It's been a lengthy time. And